Go live. Everybody stop talking shit because we're stream started.
Man,
it's funny. I put the dope ones comment on the screen like this thing had started. Like, yo.
Donnie Dope ones with them shorts is cold and the AI shirt is cold. Obviously, the Kobe Jordan joint. I mean, there's a lot of heat.
I mean, them Kings merchandise is back up too.
Come on, man. I think I need a J Will something for the winter. I just got a t-shirt.
Okay.
I think I'm about to get something for the winter.
Oh, let's go, Tony Edwards. Happy birthday, Brody. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Wait, what?
Oh boy. Well, we're gonna talk about it. We'll talk. We ain't gonna talk about. I mean, we could talk about that, but we're gonna talk about it at the beginning.
About Jesse?
I mean,
stop it. When the last time you been in New York? When last time you been in New York?
Wait a minute. New York is dope. It's just the Knicks.
Wow.
Damn. Wow. Wow. I'm glad I already went. I might have gotten jumped out there. Like they hear everything.
Let me ask you this then. What's the Mecca right now, Jesse? No, it's New York. That once again, though, man, this is what I always be saying. The Mecca does not move. No. Tracy Morgan. Jesse. This is what I try to explain to all you guys. The Mecca doesn't move.
No, for real.
Oh boy.
We got a 12-team college football playoff.
Wow.
We got a 12-team college football playoff on the way.
It's going up.
Uh-huh.
Let's go, man. Just get away from the NCAA, bro. That's the next step. Next and final step.
I always laugh when Rick Ross tweets.
He tweeted?
Yeah, exactly. They're just like tweets that come out of nowhere. What? All right. What's good, baby? Happy Friday. Welcome in here to the September 2nd edition. I believe this is officially the last show of the off season. Kicking into high gear next week. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Casey went to Best Buy and said, give me the loudest mouse you have. All right.
Chip, you know what?
Casey went to Best Buy know why that's there. Why is that on your board? And you got it on loop. And you got it on repeat. What is going on right now? Still no explanation as to how that happened. We've got news here to start the show. It's big news. I mean, it's great news for a lot of us. The College Football Board of Managers has decided on a 12-team college football playoff during today's meeting. If you were with us in yesterday's show, we talked about, the College Football Board of Managers are meeting today. There seems to be no consensus on what exactly is going to happen. But allegedly, there was a little bit of momentum towards a vote for a college football expansion. And here we are. The college football playoff expansion is set. 12 teams. And this is fresh information. I'm going back to yesterday's layout of the meetings. This is like 2 years. This is 2024.
Yeah.
This isn't 4 or 5 years down the line. This is 2024.
And to be honest with you, I'm trying
to scratch that follow-up tweet. The 12-inning model is expected to start in 2026. So they said yesterday that the vote was to try to get it done immediately. I guess they decided against that. Casey, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'll follow up with this. The 12-team model is expected to start in 2026 after the current contract expires, according to sources. There's a chance that it could go earlier, but those details are complicated and would take some time to work out.
So what that tells me, based on something I read yesterday, was it wasn't unanimous. because from what I read, if it was unanimous, they would start at 2024. If people just voted for it to happen, like if the vote won, they would wait until 2026, which I'm assuming is the end of the TV
It is.
deal.
That's correct. Yeah,
So-
we'll continue to follow this. This is Pete Thamel, the senior college football writer over at ESPN. So we'll follow.
It's time. It's time.
Oh, absolutely. It just means Notre Dame gets in every year and then gets humiliated.
But at least it won't be in the semifinals.
This means who was it? Who was it? Was it South Florida? Central Florida? Who was walking around?
UCF.
Saying they were the college football champions of the world.
the national champions.
They were the national champions. I ain't even mad at that type of swagger though. That's solid. I respect that. I respect that.
I'm all for it. There with 12 teams there, I think there will. One of the things that we always talk about, because they talked about it when they were talking about going to 6 or 8 teams, that there's always going to be like one team that's like, we don't really need to be in there. So 12, you might get like 2 teams that don't need to be in there, but it's cool. It's all good. I'd make sure I give those. You can run all 12. I was going to say give the top 2 seeds a bye, but whatever. Let them play.
More breaking news. This from Rob W. In the chat house on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Alabama will be the number 1 seed heading into the 12-team playoff in 2026. That's breaking news from college football insider Rob W. in the chatty house.
That sounds about right. That sounds 100%
accurate.
Yeah.
100% accurate. Welcome to the show. That news came out just as we were getting ready to go live. We appreciate you for being with us. We've got a little bit, for those who have been with us this week, Trista Crick was here earlier in this week. She's filling in over at WFAN in New York. And Kyle Madsen, I forgot it's the day before a long weekend and people bolt. So Kyle Madsen's working some extra hours over at 90.
That's what happens?
We wouldn't know because
I don't know nothing about that. That's what happens.
I'm guessing the building
in this game.
I'm guessing in the building right now it's Jesse and the engineers and everybody else is gone. They'll be okay. 12:05. Wow, well, good for them. Good for our team works hard.
You giving them till 2?
Oh yeah, they ain't gonna be there past 2. There might be an email that goes out and says we're closing the offices at 2. Like, all right, yeah.
They're not gonna be around here at the 13th round, is what you're saying. Just not gonna hear that.
Just reply all to that email when it goes out. Cool, we out. I'm sure the engineers would be like, fine, just let them leave. We can figure this out without them around here. So Kyle's working some extra hours over at 95.7 The Game, which means we're sliding in our ESPN 1320 49ers insider.
Yes, sir.
Welcome home, Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee. He'll be with us coming up at 2:20. I'm so happy Chris is back where he belongs.
Man. Come on, Chris. This is where he's coming home again.
Yeah. Okay. You could have gone Diddy. Tell the world I'm coming home.
Yeah.
You could have.
I mean, that was a better song, though, what I said. Do you think about me now and then? Do you think about me now and then? Oh, because I'm coming home again.
Yeah, that's solid. I was listening to Beyonce this morning. Beyonce can change your mood quick. Yeah, Beyonce could change your mood quick.
Hey, remember when? Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, Love on Top and Deja Vu did.
Oh goodness, Love on. Don't even get me started.
Like, I just wonder like what it looks like when because I know like you can hear it. Like it's not like the sound is insulated. I got that joint turned all the way up. I'm just wondering what that looks like, and it's someone drives by and sees it's not like a 22-year-old girl inside.
That's why I got 5% tint.
That's why I got to.
So I can have my concerts in peace.
That's right.
No, Love on Top. I mean, I always say top 5. It might be top 3. It might be my favorite Beyonce song. It might be. It's in the
It'll change your mood quick.
Yeah, it's in the run. I love me some Love on Top. But what I was going to say was you brought up Beyonce, you listen to B. And remember when everybody was like laughing at Drake and Beyonce at the beginning of the summer? Like, yeah, what kind of music is this? Oh, we just doing house now? And you can't get away from Break My Soul. Like,
I don't. Break My Soul. People laughing at Beyonce.
Well,
I feel like people. I feel like people were confused by Drake. I don't think anybody was laughing at Beyonce.
No, but they were like, "Oh, this is what we're doing." And remember, they had the old In Living Color clip that oh my gosh, what is the sister Wayne's name?
Kim,
where she had the skit where she was like, I just make up a song, yabba dabba doo, yabba dabba da. We were like, oh, that's what it's gonna be like all summer. And yeah, you can't.
Oh, that's what it's gonna be like all summer. That's what it's been like for 10 years. What are you talking about all summer? That's what music has sounded like for 10 years.
Sticky, and Break My Soul. You couldn't get away from this summer. Drake was right again. Drake told us, he's like, y'all catch up soon.
Okay, like Drake's album still ain't good, so it's fine. It's not, but I'm not a big Drake fan, so I'm just not. Like, even my favorite Drake album, I just not even in a rotation at all. Like, if I don't go to Drake. I went to Mariah Carey the other day. That was after our One Sweet Day conversation.
I watched the video the other day. Man, that song is so sad. My God.
Yeah, that song is terribly sad. She got a lot of sad records. As I was scrolling through, I was like, hey, I don't want, no.
Yeah, I don't see. This is pre-emancipation of Mimi.
Yeah.
Because then she flipped and she wasn't sad no more. I mean, I love Mariah.
I pulled that album up, The Emancipation of Mimi. Jesus, dude. Oh, my God. She was shaking it off way before Taylor Swift was.
Come on, man. Tell me about it. I can't believe Leezy was like, who would get hype over We Belong Together? What? It's 5 days later, and I'm still not over that comment.
Yeah, I was arguing. And Leezy's had some gems, but that's at the top of the.
That's a BTL right there.
That's a BTL for sure. Yeah, happy ass Leezy dropped the ball on that one. More fallout from the Donovan. Boy, the Knicks want you to know they tried. Like, hey, wait, stop making fun of us. Stephen A is cutting these over the top promos. Like, if there was ever a television personality that was meant for the world wrestling entertainment, it's Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A.'s promo in the car with the earbud in his ear was so freaking over the top. Because, this was after, hours of reports about R.J. Barrett and Obi Toppin and Mitchell Robinson and 2 unprotected picks. And like, I'd be relieved. If I'm a Knicks fan, I'm like, whoo, they said no. Whoo, thank goodness. Thank goodness they said no to that. The Knicks are getting killed for not giving more than that. Yo, that's crazy. That's absolutely nuts.
There's a lot of craziness going on with this deal and the aftermath of it. None of it has to do with the Cavs. Cavs did everything right in this situation. But first of all, let's take it from the Knicks' point of view. And I'm glad that you have the take and the outlook that you do, because I was going to ask you, because people have been laughing at the Knicks or whatever. And I was like, well, there's a lot of people who thought that was entirely too much to give up for Donovan Mitchell to go to the Knicks. So the same people who are laughing were 3 weeks ago talking about the Knicks would be crazy to give all that up.
Look at that. Look at that lineup of players that you're giving up. R.J. Barrett, Obi Toppin, and Mitchell Robinson, is this their best defensive player?
Yeah, that's their best defensive player.
I mean, who's their coach of that team again? He's got to have one guy he can go to, right? He's got to have one guy to carry out what he wants to do. Look at that lineup of guys that the Knicks were willing to give up. And then look at what Cleveland didn't give up.
Right.
Man. Yo, I know it doesn't feel like it now, dear Knicks fan. You won this. You're fine. You're going to be okay despite Stephen A's WWE antics. You're going to be fine. This is the best situation for you.
The other side of this is it was clearly personal. And Danny Ainge, he lost this.
Sure, from that perspective, I wholeheartedly agree.
He absolutely
Wholeheartedly
let the emotions
agree.
get the best of him. And one of the things that, well, let me ask you this, because one of the things that I was thinking, you know what? I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back.
Let's pause. I want to talk more about that. We'll come back. We're just getting started. We mentioned Chris Biderman will be here. Didn't mention James Ham will be here as well, as he always is Friday to close out the week. So we hope you hang around.
And I'm gonna help y'all get rich. It's that time. I'm gonna help y'all get rich.
Go ahead, hit the drop for us. Don't leave us hanging. Come on now.
I'm gonna let it slide. Oh,
it's not ready, huh? That's all right. We got you.
Let it slide. Yeah.
It's Stilo and KC. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. First pour on the rocks, coming in just under 4 hours here on ESPN 1320. Go to DeLoandKC.com. DeLoandKC.com. They right there. Head over to the Dope Ones and DeLoandKC.com. Y'all got to see those new Dope One shorts, man.
Oh, the Dope One shorts had me going crazy. I'm gonna be wearing shorts in December just so I can wear those joints. Those go hard.
Yeah, those are nasty. I gotta get our website popping by Tuesday. I have a few ideas. Just not the creative genius. I know people want Corners of the Culture merchandise too. I still like our real 98 Rock idea.
I do too. I think
like
I'm
Don,
with that.
Donnie, I got an idea. I'm gonna have to hit you up on. We got an idea.
So this is what I was saying though to Jesse and everybody, because for those who can't hear Jesse, which nobody can.
Oh,
yeah.
Hang on. Okay, go ahead.
American Energy Air. They'll give you $2,500 off a new HVAC home system installation. They're doing 0% financing. They have all kinds of payment plan options. And you're going to love these guys. American Energy Air, 916-520-9990. Online, it's AmericanEnergyAir.com. They are your second opinion partner.
Jesse, that's crazy.
Air.
Stop it.
Can you hear me now?
Stop it, Jesse. Okay. Now, I wonder if I remove him. Say something, Jesse. Oh, Jesse's gone. No, we didn't hear anything.
No.
Did y'all hear him in the chat?
The people said they heard the commercial.
Oh. Okay. 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 There's no bouncing ESPN logo. Go ahead, Jesse.
Test.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I see it. I know he's talking. Can y'all hear him? Can y'all hear him? Because I see the I see the. Oh, yeah. All right.
Bryce said, "I wanted to hear that from." I thought they could hear him now. So yeah, they could hear him, but we can't hear him. I thought
that's weird. Okay, so y'all got him the second time around. Okay, yeah. All right, we're getting there.
What Jesse said was, he said New York shouldn't be the Mecca anymore because they haven't done anything in music, hip hop, basketball, sports in the last 20 years. And here's 30 years. And here's what I say to that. You can't move the Mecca. Like, by definition, the Mecca doesn't move. The Mecca, if anything, doesn't move. You can't move it. The Mecca is that's what it is forever. Now, whether it's hot, whether there's a hotter place or more popping place at the time, yes, that can move. But the Mecca, once it's established as the Mecca, it's like that forever. You can't move the Mecca. No, you can't move the Mecca.
I don't understand. Why can't you? You can't move like the Islam version of Mecca. You can't move
that's
that.
Where we get it from. That's where we get it from. The Mecca. Like, you can't move that.
Mecca's a no.
You can't move that. The Mecca is where that's it. That's the foundation. That's the home base forever. Is the Mecca always the hottest place? Is that the hottest place in the world right now? Is everybody trying to get there right now? Not necessarily, but that's the home base.
Well, leave Tracy Morgan alone. But
that's the second time he just slapped Tracy Morgan around.
He's right though.
Oh man. Okay. I mean, it's different energy in the Garden. It just is. It's different energy.
It's not. It's not. Every home court advantage is virtually the same. No, a lot of them are.
There's different energy in the Garden. It jumps off your TV.
No, there's different energy outside of the Garden. The energy inside the Garden is exactly the same.
No.
It's exactly the same.
No. And to be fair, when the Celtics were subpar, we had to deal with the same stuff with Boston. We had to deal with the same stuff with Boston all the time.
When were the Celtics subpar?
When before they got Kyrie.
Okay. I don't think that's accurate. Mecca is a place regarded as a center for a specified group, activity, or interest. The Mecca can be moved.
The basketball. That's not where it started. Obviously, it was in Canada, but New York City, that was the birthplace. That's where it got going. You can't move the Mecca. Like I said, you can have hotter places at the time. Like it's not the hottest place right now. Still the Mecca.
It's the Knicks.
Well, the Celtics have only won one. What are we talking about?
Competing, like at least they compete. The Knicks don't even compete.
And also,
the Knicks are as relevant as they are is because Bristol is 50 minutes away.
And we'll stop. And then also, you have Madison Square Garden. They've been playing in Madison Square Garden. They've been playing in Madison Square Garden for the last 60, 70 years.
So
that's the other reason why. That's another reason why it's the Mecca. The Cubs ain't always good when we talk about Wrigley Field, right?
Oh, okay. You could talk about the Garden without talking about the Knicks.
They say the Garden is the Mecca, not the Knicks. The Garden.
They say the Garden is the world's most famous arena.
The Mecca. They say the Mecca when they played the Big East tournament. The Garden is the Mecca.
How the hell did that happen?
They've been there forever, and they play a bunch of basketball there. High school champions, Big East champions, ACC championships. NBA finals a couple times.
Okay, well they play the CIF at the Golden One Center, so then it's the Mecca.
They don't play the Big Sky tournament there.
I don't see anything about Madison Square Garden being the Mecca.
That is the Mecca.
No, it's not. It's the world's most famous arena. It's not the Mecca.
Well, I'm not going to defend the rest of those sorry teams. I like the Yankees and the Mets. That's about it. Not going to defend the little stinky Giants and the stinky Jets.
All right. Well, this is all. That's all.
Pino right there. He in the belly of the beast. Well, he in Jersey, but you know what I mean. He know what time it is.
Yeah. Okay.
He's in Jersey.
So you just put a dude up from New York and go, oh, see, he says New York is the Mecca. Get out of here.
He's in Jersey.
So is MetLife. What is your point?
He's not from. You saying he's from in New York? He's not in New York. That's like saying Sacramento's the Bay Area.
You no, it absolutely is not.
Pino. Tell have somebody from Jersey.
What are you talking about? I walk outside my door. I can't see the Bay Bridge. If you in New Jersey, you look across the street. Oh, look, it's Manhattan. There's the financial district right there,
fam. If
There's
I
just
say
a freeway and some water that separates.
If I'm from Jersey City, if I'm from Camden, and so I'm like, oh yeah, I'm from Camden, and they'll be like, oh, you're from New York. They'll be like, no, I'm from Camden, New Jersey. Okay. Same thing we say when I'm from Sacramento. Oh, the Bay Area. No, not the Bay Area.
No. New York is okay. Jesse's point is very, very valid.
It's not.
It's valid. Yes, it is.
Jesse makes a lot of great points. This is not one of them.
The Knicks, like the reaction to the Knicks not trade. Like I can't get over this. You're trading for Donovan Mitchell, and then what? You're finishing with 42 wins and being eliminated in the first round of the playoffs if you're lucky. Give me a break. You might finish with 37 wins, just like you did last year. The New York Knicks, despite this stupid reaction from all of those people in Bristol, would have been no better if the Utah Jazz had accepted that trade in July. They might have been worse. You could try to keep going back to the Mecca thing if you want to, but Jesse's point is completely valid. The Knicks are trash and have been trash, and the only reason they get discussed is because people like Stephen A. Smith live in New York, and he gets 12 hours of TV time a day on ESPN, which is located 50 minutes from New York. That is the sole reason people continue to talk about the Knicks. They stink. They're awful. They're a terrible franchise with a terrible owner. Cool. Hey, it's all good. The center of the basketball universe is a big ass dumpster fire. There's your, you can put all the comments you want to on the screen. The center of the basketball universe is a giant ass dumpster fire.
That is.
That's fine.
Yeah,
you can run with
that,
it. Welcome to Mecca. Make the pilgrimage to Mecca to come watch this sorry ass basketball team.
Once again, you guys are equating the Mecca with just the Knicks. The Mecca is the game of basketball.
Fam. In the last 5 minutes, you have said New York is the Mecca. You've said Madison Square Garden is the Mecca. Now you say basketball is the Mecca. Kenny Caraway, once and for all, what in the blue hell is the Mecca?
New York City.
You just said it was basketball.
When it comes to basketball. And Jesse bringing up the Giants, the Giants, Jets, and Yankees has nothing to do with anything. Because nobody
see
says
if that
New
damn
York
show needs a new co-host.
baseball.
That's what I'm going to 98 Rock. No. I'm going to go, hey, sorry, guys. 98 Rock. Do y'all need somebody? Because I can't take this no more.
No one says the MetLife Stadium or the New York Giants are the Mecca of football. Nobody's saying that. We're talking about the Mecca of basketball. Well, I don't know.
Okay, and then now that's where you're going too far. New York is dope. The Knicks are ass.
The Knicks that's fine.
New York sports are trash.
I mean, fine. You're not gonna get me to, like I said, I like the Knicks, I like the Yankees, I like the Mets. Other than that, you can have the Rangers, you can have the Red Bulls, you can have the Giants and the Jets. I don't care about them. All right, I don't care about. I'm not here to defend them. I'm just saying, when you talk about Rucker Park, when you talk about West 4th Street, when you talk about Dykeman, when you talk about the Garden, come on, man.
So because we do all of that nonsense, we've got to have these 90-second promos of Stephen A. Smith reacting to the New York Knicks.
I'm not defending anything that's going on with the media coverage. I'm not saying that. The Knicks, there's something. The Knicks are something different. Well, if it's a movie, it's a movie. What would you want me to do? Say it's not a movie?
Facts. Okay, we act like every arena isn't loud. Every home arena, damn near every home arena is loud.
So if I say, or somebody says there's a movie in the Garden, that means it can't be a movie anywhere else?
No, I mean, we just don't want to hear about it being a movie at the Garden.
So,
and these, whoa, the New York Knicks are back, bing bong, all that. No, there's more energy outside of Madison Square Garden than there is in Madison Square Garden.
Well, a lot of those people are coming from inside the Garden, but okay.
A lot of them aren't. Some of them are.
A lot of them are.
No, there's probably just as many coming from the train station below. It's the only place in the world where you could have 20,000 people filter out from the arena and 20,000 people come up from under the arena.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Jazzy 510. There's enough history rewriting going on, D'Lo.
Jazzy 510. Didn't ask. Don't turn heel on me either, Jazzy. Ridiculous. New York Knicks fans should be thankful that deal didn't go through.
Thankful is strong, but no harm, no foul. That's what I say.
What's your starting lineup? If that deal is done, so you got Donovan, Jalen, and Julius Randle.
Mm-hmm.
Your best defender's gone.
Yeah, I don't know who they got. You probably go somebody weak. Like, I shouldn't say weak. I'm not gonna say their name. But yeah.
So you've got some retooling to do with your roster if you go through with this.
Absolutely.
You better acquire Jordan Clarkson or something in the process.
I know you do need another player, or
which might be possible, by the way, if you read some of the stories about the Knicks.
I'm about to say you could get. I'm trying to think of who you could get. Maybe you get. Nah, that's too much money. I was gonna say maybe you get Bojan in the deal as well. Maybe the deal looks a little different.
Sure, there you go.
But I do agree with you where it's not. I wouldn't. Well, I partly agree with you. I wouldn't say be thankful, but it's not a huge deal that they didn't get Donovan Mitchell. Because at the end of the day, not for that. And at the end of the day, you still have the same assets that you had. Like it's not because it's not like these draft picks and these players that you were willing to move on from. It's not like that was only exclusive to the Jazz. Like if the trade deadline comes around in February and somebody wants to move, you still have all those first round picks. You still have Evan Fournier as an expiring. You still have these assets you're willing to move for Donovan. You have them for somebody else. I don't think this is going to be the case by any means, but somebody like a Bradley Beal. If Bradley was like, I want out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you still have that for that type of guy. You just move on to the next one.
I wonder. I mean, I mean, the Donovan thing was so unique because of the years left on the deal too. Which in your example, that fits Bradley Beal to a T. Though again, absolutely no evidence Bradley Beal wants to leave Washington. But like, you can't do that if the player has 2 years on the deal, can you? Or a year on the deal?
Nah, yeah, I probably need another year. More than 2 years, I should say. Maybe 3 years or something like that.
Point being, unless you have
let's not act like it doesn't happen unless you have a wink situation.
Sure. Well, yeah. I got you. The Kevin Love Cleveland Cavaliers situation.
Exactly. So
they got Donovan. They didn't have to unload Kevin Love's contract.
They still got that to move.
Man.
They got guys like Cedi Osman they can move still. Like they could make another move.
I don't know, but I don't know what they could do. I don't know for who.
Small forward.
Harrison Barnes?
Well, there he goes again.
I was just kidding. Don't hate tweet me. I was just kidding.
But I mean, they like Isaac Okoro, and I do too, especially in that role. But if you needed another small forward, and I mean Harrison Barnes like player, you have the Kevin Love contract to move.
That's really amazing. They didn't move off of that. They didn't have to move off of that Kevin Love deal. I mean, they probably didn't want to, but
Danny Ainge is tripping, bro.
So we go back to the Knicks deal. This was before the RJ Barrett extension, but you're probably not acquiring him to lose him. So you're signing that extension there. It's essentially the Colin Sexton of the trade, but probably upgraded a little bit. Maybe he didn't. I think he just wanted the picks.
So and this is where
he wants to start from scratch.
This is kind of where I hate where team building in basketball is going, like NBA basketball is going, because somebody like Danny Ainge is so infatuated with these picks from Cleveland. And anything could happen, but Cleveland's probably going to be pretty good. So you're drafting in the 20s. What are the chances with any of those picks that they get that they're going to get a better player than RJ Barrett? Like, because essentially, this is what Danny Ainge said. And the Knicks were like, we'll give you 3 picks and RJ Barrett. And we were like, and Danny Ainge was like, no, I want 3 first-round picks. Like, what are instead of getting using essentially one of those first round picks, because RJ Barrett, a little older, but you got him under control, but he was a number 3 pick. What are the chances the picks that he demanded from the Knicks and that he ended up getting from Utah, one of those players ended up being better than RJ Barrett? I think the odds are, I'll say it like this, I think the odds are higher that RJ Barrett is a better player than anybody they draft with those picks.
But I'm not repping Danny Ainge here, but I can understand why a general manager who drafted Marcus Smart, Jason Tatum, and Jaylen Brown go, oh no, I can find a better player than RJ Barrett. And I'm going to have the opportunity to, with like a wide variety of selections. Like I can miss here, but get this one right. Or I can get a solid role player here with this pick in case I miss, but I can get I'm going to have an opportunity to miss with this draft. Like if I miss, I got another pick here. If I miss, I got another pick here. But my track record says I'm good at this part of general managing.
Right, but and you bring up Tatum and Smart and all these were top 10 picks. You're picking 25th. What were the 3 players that you said? Are not saying they're bad. Are any of them better than RJ Barrett? Rob Williams not better than RJ Barrett. And I like Rob. Me and you, Jesse, we've been talking about Rob for the last 2 years. He's not better than RJ Barrett right now.
You could put together a package of picks to try to move up higher. I mean, I don't know. I get why a general manager who has drafted a championship contender, a team that was the better team in the NBA Finals for 3 games and 45 minutes. I get why he feels that way.
I don't. I like when it comes down to that. Like when you're talking about, we'd rather have 3 first-round picks than 2 first-round picks and RJ Barrett. Like I don't.
But it's not. But so here's what I have, and tell me if this is only one of the things that was reported. The 3 players centered around RJ, and then the 2 unprotected picks. Is that correct? So with Utah, he got 3 picks and 2 pick swaps, plus the kid who was drafted 4 months ago.
Abaji, yeah.
So that's a lot of very young talent.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that in its totality is a lot different than just 2 unprotected first round picks. You're taking 3/5 of the Knicks and trying to build a team back to 50 wins.
Well, here's another aspect of that
mid 40s, whatever Utah was last year.
Here's another aspect of that I'll put in there. And we just spent the first 10 minutes of this segment talking about how sorry New York is. Who do you trust that get better picks from in that situation, Cleveland or the Knicks? Energy needs to be the same.
Well, no, hold on. Don't do that, because it's not like the Cleveland Cavaliers have been the poster child of franchise stability. I love this Cleveland Cavaliers team. It could go wrong. It could absolutely not work. It 100% could not work. I don't think that's the case. Mm-hmm. But is anybody, no matter how much you like this Cleveland team, are you terribly stunned if they're bad next year?
I'd be
let's not act like they're the poster child for franchise. They're not Miami Heat here.
I'd be stunned if they were bad next year. I'd be stunned.
Okay.
If they were bad, like didn't make the play-in, or lost them, I'd be stunned if they didn't make the play-in. I'd be stunned if they didn't do that.
Okay.
But I say all that to say, I don't know. I just look at when I hear all the stuff, like that's like everything is going so far towards draft picks as opposed to actual play.
I don't agree with it either, but that's what Danny Ainge does. I don't like. That's a tough world to live in, because I think like you. I think about, RJ Barrett's pretty good right now, and I can sign him to an extension immediately and build around him. Mm-hmm. Instead, you you're bringing in Colin Sexton, who I think is good for $30-ish million less. And you're probably not building around Colin Sexton. You're happy to have him there. You think he's a nice little, he can be a part of what you're doing, but you're probably not building around him. So I agree with you, but I understand why Danny Ainge is doing this, because his track record says I can do it. I've done it. I'm gonna do it again.
Well, I mean, he's going, and he may get him because the teams are going to be so sorry. But for him to do it again, he's going to need a top 10 pick.
To be fair, and it could be his. Like his picks aren't gone.
That's what I'm saying. He'll get his, but that's who's going to be better than RJ, not the picks that you're getting from these teams.
But you had to get rid of Donovan to do that. And if you get RJ, maybe you're not. Maybe Danny is strictly looking at, particularly this year, the bottom four. This is going to be talked about all season long, whether people like it or not. This upcoming draft class is something, and that bottom four, or with the chance to get the number one, we see some teams start to mail it in around February. We could see some things shut down on Christmas Eve.
We've seen teams mail it in July.
That's it. Yeah, well, maybe that's what we're seeing here with San Antonio and the Utah Jazz. Danny may look at a window. We've got 2 years to land those players that Kenny Caraway in Sacramento is talking about. We'll get some nice complementary players with everything else. We got Sexton. We got the kid from Kansas. We're in good shape, but we've got to hit these next 2 years.
Well, the good news is they're out of the way for a little bit. And you know what the other good news is a little bit? Like, if we're being real with ourselves, thinking about this from a king situation.
It's how everything should be thought about.
Always. A lot of these people were out of the way for a while. Like the bottom four, they're out of the way for a while.
You think Houston is?
At least another 2 years.
Okay.
Hey, same with OKC.
I mean, obviously Oklahoma City is not an issue this year.
Right. At least another 2 years. San Antonio is I think they're further behind than Utah is, to be honest with you. I don't know what San Antonio's doing or who they have.
Both Houston, yeah. So San Antonio.
Essentially, like what we talk about right now, about, okay, you're going up against Portland or, Team X here for this play-in spot or, to be one of the 10. I think that's the way it's going to be for the Kings, assuming everything goes well with, you're not trading Sabonis or you're not trading Fox or something like that. Like, you're going to be in this situation for at least another 2-3 years where, like how we talked about yesterday with Matt George, we're like, come on, man. Like, there should be no reason you should not be in the play-in. That's how it should be for the next couple of years, because the bottom is bottoming out so far in the West. Yeah. They're 2, 3, 4 years from even thinking about being in a play-in spot.
And one of that's a great point. With Chet being out, Oklahoma City potentially likely still being really bad. And then Houston, now you've got San Antonio in that mix and Utah in that mix. But don't forget about the other conference where, like, Orlando's not there yet and Detroit's getting closer, but I don't think they're there yet. So you also got those two teams who are thinking, we hit one more.
Indiana's at
hit a lick one more time.
Indiana's at the bottom.
I heard Indiana was competing for a playoff spot. That's what I read
in 2K.
I heard Tyrese Halliburton is going to lead this team to competing for a playoff spot. That's what I think it was Alex Kennedy who was interviewing him said. I was like, whoa, that's literally the first time I read that. That's it.
I really said that.
Yeah, I read that to you. Yeah, that was the last line. That was the last line in the interview. He said, Tyrese is going to be looking to lead the Indiana Pacers to a postseason berth this season. Like, yo, Wow.
Come on, man.
Okay.
Come on. Why they got to do that? Why? Why can't they just say Tyrese is a good ball player? Why they got to do that?
I don't know. Just jumping out the window with it, I guess. We'll come back. We'll continue to talk NBA basketball here. Chris Biderman's going to join us coming up at about 2:20 or so. We'll talk more about potential roster moves in the NBA as well. We talked about the Kings and how their roster feels like it's going to stay put moving forward, but I think there are a lot of rosters in the NBA that are not, including some ones we haven't talked about that yet. So we'll do that when D'Lo and KC return here on ESPN 1320.
No, I think he's a complimentary, like a 2 or 3 type dude. Yeah, I mean,
well, he didn't get the max, did he? He got. I mean, semantics, I guess.
Collins,
but
like
Colin wasn't the max.
Somebody.
Oh, yeah.
You were giving money like that to somebody.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Because your mic will be hot. Okay.
Got you.
There's so much, there's so much we're going to have to figure out when we get in there. Like how to keep our mics hot during the commercial break. And on air won't? Okay.
Well, at least we got that.
Okay. That was something I was.
Yeah, man, send that first 7 minutes straight to the fan, straight to WFAN. Send it to them. These two Wahoos in Sacramento were debating who the Mecca is.
Tag Trista in
it. Tony Edwards, come on, man. Come on, brother. Got you.
Big 5-0. Let's go, baby.
Big ups, Tony Edwards, man. Happy birthday, big dog. What is this? What is this? Scorpio season? What season is this? I don't even know. Libra? I don't know. But happy birthday, big dog.
I think it's Libra. Because I think that's what my mom is. She's a September birthday.
Oh, Mama D-Lo got a birthday coming up?
25th, yeah.
Oh, so no, Libra. Then Libra, it's not Libra right now.
Oh, okay.
Because they usually change around the 22nd. Virgo. Isn't Beyonce a Virgo?
Beyonce can be whatever she wants to.
What was she hula hooping to in that working out video? I thought she was a Virgo on that one. Right now it's Jay-Z for the last 2 weeks.
Like right now it's JB and Michael Jackson. those I think those were the workout playlist all week. Except for the one time I felt the urge to listen to Mariah Carey.
I might listen to Mariah today, matter of fact, since you put it in the atmosphere.
Probably.
I'm gonna leave him alone.
Probably.
Yeah, Mariah Carey is definitely an icon. Absolutely. Absolutely. I was about to say something I forgot. Oh, you know what I played yesterday? See, sometimes I and this is the good thing with the spaceship, Damien, is like you can have like these thoughts, like some can come into your head, boom, you pull it up right there, you can listen to it. I started listening to randomly on the way back from taking Reach to the school, Birdman. I had the what happened to that boy got into my head. And I was like, let me throw this in here. That song goes so hard. Oh man. Oh, you slipping. You ain't been outside, Jesse. Hey, David, were you around like in the clubs and stuff when they were playing. It might have been a little, but when they used to play that Birdman song, that was like a club only. Like they love it in the club. Is you can take out the ghetto, what you think? Take the ghetto out of me. Shama G.
I don't remember that at the club.
These streets. Oh my gosh, they would go crazy for that in the club. Crazy. At least on the West Coast, like in Sacramento and in the Bay Area. I never hear it on the radio, but in the club, they go nuts for it. Can take out the ghetto, but you can't take the ghetto out of me. Shama G. I got to ride on these streets. Yeah, Ace know. Birdman be game spitting.
Also live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We did it during the commercial break. But let's make sure we do it here on the radio, man. Happy 5-0 to our man, Tony Edwards. Been rocking with us for a long time. Tony, happy birthday, bro.
Yes, sir. Tony, man. Happy birthday, man. He also out there teaching the kids too, man. So he's molding the minds of the youth right now, man. So we appreciate you, Tony.
Good stuff, man. Absolutely. Good stuff. We've been talking NBA and the fallout from the Donovan Mitchell trade yesterday to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Obviously, much was made about the offer to the New York Knicks and the deal that the Utah Jazz didn't accept. I guess there was a belief the Knicks should have given the Utah Jazz any and everything they wanted. And the Knicks and that crew were like, nah, we're not going to do that. And I think that was the right decision for them. Obviously, we'll see how that turns out now, because I do think Cleveland is better than they are. But still, those are tough waters to navigate, especially when you're asking to give up what Danny Ainge was asking for.
Wanted to ask you, because I went and had my ear to the streets. Seeing what the people had to say. You might have had your ear to the streets too afterwards. Do you feel any different about the potential ceiling of the Cavs than you did when you first heard it? I mean, we were both like, yo, they're going to be really good. But did you have some time to think about it and be like, man, they might even be better than we thought? Yeah,
I came across an article. I don't remember if it was I don't remember where I read it. It might have been The Athletic, but it was, the Cleveland Cavaliers are a force in the Eastern Conference and beyond. What? Oh, okay. So I read it. I get it. I think a lot has to go right for us, for them to be above the assessment we have yesterday. I thought our assessment was completely. I think they're good. They're potentially, Philly is of the four. Boston, Milwaukee, Philly. Well, we kind of wrote off Miami already.
Yeah.
Like of those,
what we did is we kind of they're not top three, but we put them in the same range.
Yeah. So like maybe they're not. Maybe they're much better. Philly is kind of a question mark, aren't they?
They are, depending on what you get from James.
They were 50 plus and James last year, and James is ready to go this year. He's one of 457,000 players who are in the best shape of their life headed into training camp. So if I were to pick, I still, Cleveland's not better than Boston.
I don't think they're better than Boston. I don't think they're better than Milwaukee.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to be really competitive with those guys throughout the season. Like when they match up, the record on the same.
I don't. You know how I feel about James Harden. Mm-hmm. I think this Philadelphia team this year will be potential number one seed.
And I hear you. I hear you on that. I understand, and I feel same-ish as you do about James Harden. I don't feel all the way, but yeah. I have the same concerns. I've seen the history of James Harden, so I'm like, yeah, I can't never trust this guy.
Right.
But that being said, I do always get sucked back into regular season hype from James Harden.
Yeah, regular season James, it doesn't count.
Yeah, right. So
he can be good. Yeah.
To that point, like if he is in great shape and if he is focused and happy because he's paid now or whatever, him and Joel, they could be a force during the regular season, an absolute force.
He can opt out. Like, he can put up a big season number-wise and opt out and then get the contract that he wants.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I don't believe in Philly going far in the playoffs. But when you talk about regular season and where they could be in the standings, I think they could be top 3, like we talked about. I do kind of feel like people are sleeping on Brooklyn.
So, okay.
Like, Brooklyn
Let's do that.
I feel like they could possibly be a number 1 seed, and we're always just, me included, are always just like, you can't forget Brooklyn, yeah, but like, no, they could be the number 1 seed in the East. So
okay, fair enough. I'm glad you mentioned them. So let's follow up on the discussion that I had mentioned right before the commercial break about teams that may potentially need to make a move.
Mm-hmm.
Brooklyn was in a really weird position the entire offseason. They did re-sign their guys,
mm-hmm.
and like Nick Claxton's there. I think Patty Mills is still there. Like, they were able to keep guys. I mean, they're kind of running it back.
Yeah.
Do they need to make some? Do they need to make some roster tweaks before camp starts, or before we get too deep into the season? Before we're like, oh, Brooklyn's got to do something. Like, do they need to make a couple of changes here and there to amplify that roster a little bit?
Well, in the words of the legend Bill Walton, when he was asked who would be his Pac-12 Player of the Year on the last day of the Pac-12 season, it's too early to tell.
Yeah.
When you
Thank you,
when you talk about Brooklyn, because when you talk about being better than what they were last year, it really is too tough to tell, because they didn't have Kyrie for most of the year, and then Kevin Durant was hurt for some of that year. I don't expect him to be a huge contributor, but Joe Harris was out for pretty much all of the season. So,
and then I think you signed TJ Warren, who no one really knows what's like. Right. Yeah, like, wild card. Dude, this could be a great signing, or
super wild card. We never saw Ben Simmons and what he could bring to the table.
God, Ben Simmons was on Brooklyn.
See, for me, Jesse, I think it's more so they got a bunch of guys that you don't know how much they're going to play. Like, you just don't know. You don't know how much KD's going to play, Kyrie, Ben Simmons, TJ Warren. You don't know how much they're going to be on the floor. If to Jesse's point in the chat, couldn't hear him. He said, is it, some of the hesitancy of this team, the drama they had in the offseason? I think if you told me all those guys that I just mentioned are going to play 70 to 75 games, we wouldn't even worry about what happened in the offseason. I wouldn't. I'll say that. I wouldn't worry about any of the offseason drama. If they're playing 70 to 75 games, they're going to be a top 3 team. True.
But I said this after the KD's back in Brooklyn thing. Like, I think KD. Now the question might not be Kevin Durant. It might be Steve Nash. I think KD can compartmentalize.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I want to be traded. Why? I don't think Steve Nash and Sean Marks are good. Well, we're not trading you. All right. Let's just go win a championship then. Like, I think he has the I think he has the ability to walk away from that and be like, all right, well, it's not happening. It's not happening. Can Steve Nash? I have no idea. I mean, Steve Nash was a player. He's been under the, he's been under the spotlight before. Like, he knows what this is like.
And I think he can. I do think Steve Nash can.
The bigger problem might be Kevin Durant was right.
Oh, well, there's that too. But here's the thing. If KD can compartmentalize it and move on, that's all that really matters. Because what's Steve Nash going to do? Bench KD?
Yeah.
No, he ain't going to do that. He ain't the player.
Mm-hmm.
He gonna not run plays for him? Yeah, all right. He going to pass the ball. They're going to pass the ball to Kevin Durant. So as long as KD is cool with it and can move forward, that's fine. We forgot Seth Curry is on that team as well.
Oh, I didn't forget Seth Curry was there. I forgot Ben Simmons was there. I did not forget Seth Curry was there. I absolutely knew he was. I can't for the life of me remember that Ben Simmons is on the Brooklyn Nets. I'm not trying to shade the dude. I can't remember that he's there.
Didn't they get one of the Morris twins too the other day?
Oh, did they? Just it was
Marquise.
They got Marquise. That was one a couple days ago.
Yeah. Yeah. He's not as good as
has he played since you? Which one got laid out?
Marquise. Yeah.
So Jokic hit him and he never played again?
Pretty much.
Jesus. Goodness, great. Morris, man. That's tough.
So I don't know, man. Brooklyn is a wild card, man. Their team is filled with wild cards, and they're a wild card team. They could be anywhere from 7th to 1st. Depends on how much these guys. For me, it's the biggest thing is how much the guys play. It's not their performance or what they got left or nothing like that. How much they actually are on the floor. If they're on the floor a lot, I think they'll be top 3. If it's like last year, I think they'll be in the play-in again.
Brooklyn and Cleveland finished with the same 44 wins last year. Kevin Durant last season, 55 games. 55 games out of 82. The prior year, 32 games out of 72. Of course, that was coming off the Achilles injury. He was out in the 2019-2020 season. But his last year in Golden State, he played 78. So, yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's not Anthony Davis status. But there's some there. Well, no, I mean he had some 80. He played 82 games in 2010. He played 81 games in 2014, and like I said, he played 78 games a couple of years ago with Golden State. It's just 35 and 55. I mean, that's math not my strong suit. That 90 games in your 3 years with Brooklyn. Now that's a bit unfair because everyone knew he wasn't playing the entire first year, but still, that's the story. If the number in this, let's play the Anthony Davis game. If we rule out the 78, if we take out the 78, his last year in Oklahoma City, 72, is 72 games enough for Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving both?
If they play 72, oh yeah, that's enough.
Okay,
that's a top 3 team in the East.
It's 62.
Now we're getting in sketchy territory.
He played 72 games in 2015-16 and 62 in the next season.
We're getting in sketchy territory. That's enough to get you maybe in the playoff, like in the top 6. But that's sketchy. Anything below that, you're probably looking at playing.
55 last year for Kevin Durant. The number is 55.5. Over under 55.5 games played for Ben Simmons.
Oh God,
Ben Simmons.
KD.
Strike that from the record.
Oh,
55.5 is the over under for Ben Simmons.
This dude Ben Simmons didn't play at all last year. That's crazy.
He be fair. He had back surgery. He's not faking this. Like he had surgery.
Gone for the year. I'm just saying he was gone for the year. Like that's
right.
Crazy.
Yep.
55 for Ben, 55.5 for Ben Simmons. I'm gonna be optimistic and say over.
Okay, good for you.
I'll be optimistic.
Look at you. No games.
His games totals.
Man,
he always hurt, huh?
Oh man, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2, The Real 98, Rock, Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lashes, Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Obviously, didn't play last year. Year before, 58. Year before that, 57.
72 game seasons?
72 game seasons, yes. 58 out of 72, 57 out of 72. The year prior.
What are the what are the equivalents to that? No, I don't expect it to be perfect. But what would you say, like 60?
Fam, I'm not that guy.
I'd say
I'm not that guy.
Say 60. Let's just say 62. Is the equivalent to an 82 game season.
Okay.
Which is still like 20 games lost.
Rory, if you're in there, do the math. 79 the year before and 81 the year before. Of course, he missed his rookie season with the foot. So
it's not that bad.
It's not awful. 58 and 57 out of the 72, and then 79 and 81. But you also are like, he was just cleared for 3-on-3 like a few weeks ago. Now, normally the progression from 3-on-3 to 5-on-5 is it's relatively quick. It's not like he's going to be in 3-on-3 for, he's going to go play for Cube to get healthy. Like the progression is normally pretty quick. I assume Ben Simmons will be completely ready for 5-on-5 activity when training camp rolls around in about 4 weeks, a little less than that.
Yeah, I don't know, 55 and a half. That might be a little ambitious.
You think so? So I wonder if like load management comes into play with Brooklyn and Ben Simmons.
There's that, and his injury was the back, and it was like lingering. I'm gonna stick with being optimistic and hopeful that it's more, but that's scary when you talk about the back, because that could flare up at any time. It could come back at any time. I hope it's more than 55.
Yeah, I think he's going to be capable for the over, but I wonder if Brooklyn, maybe particularly at the start of the season, maybe he doesn't play the second night of a back-to-back. Maybe he plays every other game for a month, or just something along those lines. Or, maybe take the approach of, maybe Brooklyn takes the approach of, Ben, are you healthy? Yep, cool, let's play. There's a lot that comes into play. A lot of people poke at Kyrie is kind of the creator of load management as we know it. And that was really important to I said Kyrie. I'm sorry. I meant Kawhi Leonard. We point to Kawhi Leonard as kind of the originator of load management in the regards of it's built into a season. Not the way that Greg Popovich used it, but when Kawhi went to Toronto and when he went to Los Angeles, there were plenty of people who were open about, he was really upset at the way San Antonio handled his injury. And so he wants to be mindful of his body moving forward so he could play as many years as possible. And he doesn't want he doesn't want to be ignored the way that he was in San Antonio.
Right.
And I wonder, I feel like more teams take that approach now with players, particularly coming off of injuries. And I wonder if that will be the case with Ben Simmons this year.
Yeah, and I think it will be. I'm pretty sure it will be. Kyrie.
So this is tough because we can't fairly, like, Kyrie played 29 games last year, but that's not injuries and load management.
But we can go to his history, though. Let's go to his history. That's my guy, but he's constantly hurt.
54 out of 72. So it was 29 last year. 54 out of 72. 20 out of 72.
Jeez. That was the first pandemic where he kind of just shut it down by himself, I feel like.
Yeah, I can't.
First year, right?
Yeah, in which he didn't play.
Yeah,
he didn't play
by himself, and then he's just like, I'm out of here.
And that's why, if you recall that Brooklyn Nets team, they were a playoff team, and they fought. They busted their ass. That will always be my biggest gripe with Sean Marks is he didn't. I don't think he had to do what he wound up doing with James Harden. His final year in Boston, 67, 67. His final year in Boston, 60 the year before. His final year in Cleveland, 72.
Damn.
53, 75, 71. And his first two seasons in Cleveland, 59 and 51.
Is it fair to say, because it got a couple numbers on there I wasn't expecting, is it fair to say Kyrie plays a little more than people give him credit for? Because actually both years in Boston, he played more games than I probably remembered. The last year in Cleveland, I didn't remember him playing 70-some games. That's a lot. And then he there was 2 years where he was hurt the first year in Brooklyn. I don't want to make it like he was healthy, but he kind of tapped out with what was going on there.
I think it's the run with Brooklyn that stands out to people because it's 2054, and then that's why it's so like you can't count last year because there's no injury to talk about. There's no hiatus to talk about. Like we knew what time it was. He knew what time it was. Yeah. He played 29 games last year. So I guess no. See, even that he couldn't play in Toronto, right? So that's probably 2 more games. In reality, did he miss 10 games he was eligible to play?
Yeah, I don't know. Because I feel like he only was eligible for like 30 games.
Yeah, I can't remember. I just I don't feel like they would let him in Toronto. Obviously, we know that there's 41. Oh, so there's 41 in Brooklyn, and then 2 more in the Garden. Yeah, that number is dwindling. It's not 41 home. It's not 41 road games that he was eligible for. It's probably 30 something. So he missed that. He missed probably a handful of the games that he was eligible for.
All right. Yeah.
Over under. Let's go. Let's go to his last year in Boston. 67.5.
Yeah, that's under. He ain't playing 67 games. I would.
Okay.
I think he gets to 60 though.
Okay, that was the next question. First year in Boston, 60 games. Other than the 60, yeah. So okay, 60 games, 60.5. He's going over.
I'll go over.
Okay,
close over. Like
so, he's between 61 and 67 in your mind, or 61 and I guess 61 and 66.
Yeah, and then to my point, because I think I went over for everybody. They had different. Well, KD had 55, so did Ben Simmons. So if they all go over, I think they're going to be a top 3 team in the East.
I agree.
Reach those benchmarks. I think it's going to be playing time for them.
To go back to Jesse's original question about does all of this stuff from July to a couple of weeks ago, does that factor into the season? I absolutely do not think so. I don't think it does.
I think you got to kind of know what it is. And
I think the bigger concern is there's a strong possibility Kevin Durant's right about Steve Nash. And so I don't think Luke Walton's a good basketball coach, but he didn't have a particularly good roster either. I don't know if Steve Nash is a good basketball coach. I don't think that he is, but he's got a good roster. So what does that mean? Like, how does that compute? How does that translate? Jesse asked a great question here. If Brooklyn starts off slow, are they going to fire Steve Nash?
They might.
Is that the plan?
Oh, look at you getting that the conspiracy voice.
Let me tell you, if we lose a bunch of games early, we could get Steve Nash out of here. Get my man Phil Handy in here. I don't know what voice that is, but that's the one that you do. So
you got to get the one where
it reminds me of
that maybe.
You know whose voice that is?
Who's that?
It's my man. It's your boy from Menace to Society. Why you come back here around 10:30? 10:30? Here. You want me to come back 10:30 at night? Yeah, I said at night. What you scared to come through here at night? That's the Clifton Powell voice. Why don't you come here around 10:30?
On the show, man.
Let's get him on the show, man. Let's get him on the show.
At least on the corners of the culture. We talk
Corners of the Culture, available now wherever you get podcasts from, whether it's the Odyssey app, whether it's Apple Podcast or Spotify or whatever it may be. A new episode of Corners of the Culture posted yesterday. It will be great listening for you. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we've got more to talk about in the NBA. We'll talk NFL as well. Jimmy spoke yesterday. Trey spoke yesterday. We'll talk about that. Chris Biderman comes home to ESPN 1320. We'll talk to him coming up a little over an hour from now. Plenty more ahead here.
Don't forget.
That's on the way this hour on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, because he's a loose cannon. Not off the top of my head. I'm gonna have to think about that one.
I get money. I get money. It's Labor Day, man. I got to take advantage of the Labor Day sales.
I know we were just, me and Jess were just talking about it. We might go grill shopping, and I don't mean in the mouth. Pause.
Wow. Damn it. Wow. Why? No, he said, I'm not even repeating what he said. The chatty ass ain't going to get me, because what they'll do is they'll clip me saying it as if it was me. It still ain't going to be as bad as Lee Corso. Lee Corso said, nah, sweetheart. Oh, yeah, that was a lot. I think it was. I don't think he did that on accident. Man, I didn't even think about that. This would be a good time to get a grill. I need to get a bed.
A bed?
Yeah, well, house party put a hole in the mattress.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, so I gotta. I mean, I needed a real bed in there, anyways. But house party accelerated the process. So, nope.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you put some stuff on the grill. What's the problem?
Yeah, I got it.
I'd like to get a grill, but I don't think you can like buy a grill like today and take it home. Don't they have to like deliver it?
It depends on where you go. I think like if you went somewhere like
no.
What do you say?
He said, "Do you have a friend with a truck?" I'm like, no.
What you need?
No. I have friends with Teslas and BMWs.
See, that's a different class, man.
I roll.
Different class.
That's my circle of crew right there.
You know the blue collar people, man. That's all I know, man. I just know the blue collar people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dr. Dad, I was about to say that. Like when you go to Home Depot and Lowe's, they got like 50 of them out in front of the place.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
So we'll see. I don't need nothing super extravagant. I just need something where I don't have to cook on this smoker that's like 2 feet off the ground. I don't know, man.
Kenny out there grilling on a George Foreman. He got the George Foreman open and like Michael Scott.
The smoker get the job done. Like it gets the job done. It's just too low for me, man. I don't feel.
Here's the thing. Like I have people coming this weekend. I got two options. I got the stove running in the house, or I get lucky and get a grill, and I'm standing outside grilling. I feel like I'm losing either way.
No, you can go outside and grill though. You know what I'm saying? You go outside and grill. Yeah, I know it's gonna be hot, but that's part of it, man. That's part of it. Well, I'm not saying grill at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah. Kenny's plan for the Kenny Caraway show has come to fruition. Is he killed his partner this weekend? Ramsey, you in here? I'm staring at Lowe's right now. Where's Ramsey?
Cole, to answer your question, charcoal. I'm not.
Oh,
really,
word? Okay.
not really like a snob. Like, like I don't like gas grill. Like, it ain't like that. I don't want nothing blowing up. I don't know what's going on. You follow directions, but I like that. Just give me the charcoal.
I got you. I have propane for the fireplace, and it makes me nervous. I'm always afraid I'm going to be that guy. Yeah, the propane tank blew up.
I don't want no problems. I'm paranoid nature though. So
there's a which is the least believable thing ever. Like D'Lo died in a propane accident. Yeah, right. That dude ain't been around no propane. There's a Traeger grill for $500 at Home Depot. And I can pick it up at the store today.
500. I'm thinking more like 150.
Oh, would you? I don't think you can get a real grill for $150, can you?
My mom got one. She got a cool little one from one of these places for like one. It might have been like 175. Can y'all grill people? Like, is 500 a good? Is that a good deal? Yeah, better be. 500.
I thought this is just what grills cost. I thought the ones that cost $100 were the ones that you got to like set on a table because they're that big.
Those are like 35 at Walmart. Gotta be.
See, this is on sale from. Take advantage of them. Take advantage of the sales. Jazzy 510 weighs in and says, "I'll be doing the grill shopping." Oh, there you go. Kenny's been banned from shopping. That's where we are, and that's where we are. So that's where we are in the Caraway household. He's been banned from shopping.
Well, see, so here's the thing about the household. I'm the flashy one. I'm a little more flashy or whatever. The love of my life, she's a little more reserved with it. But she's the type where it's like, yo, if I'm gonna do this, I'm not cutting no corners.
See, I'm with that.
I'm not cutting no. I'm either not gonna do it at all, or it's just gonna be top of the line. There's no middle ground.
I'm with that. I got excited. I thought I just found a Traeger grill for $130.
It's $1,300, right?
No, it's a Traeger grill blanket. It's something that you set over the grill that cost $130. So, point being is, I plan to take advantage of some labor. There are some things needed for the household, and it dawned on me yesterday as I was watching that terrific Virginia Pitt game yesterday, West Virginia Pitt game yesterday. Like, yo, it's Labor Day. I gotta replace that bed upstairs. All right. The inflatable one that the house party put a hole in. Like, I've got to replace that one.
That house party. Yeah. I got a question.
Did I life?
Well, we can talk about it a little later. But I got a question about that game yesterday. Almost got me jumped last night.
Oh,
I was really just asking a question.
Oh, I think I know what the question is. I think I saw this. Go ahead. You could ask it.
We'll go there. All right. So I'm watching Pitt versus West Virginia, backyard brawl. The setting, the ambiance was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
It was fantastic. Great game. They did it right to start off college football season. And I'm watching the game. I think it's when homeboy threw the pick six or whatever. And he's running it back into the end zone, give Pitt the lead. And he gets into the end zone and they, do the wide shot as he goes into the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
You just see the it's not Heinz Field anymore, but I'm gonna call it Heinz Field. The Heinz Field seats, the place is just packed with Pitt fans going nuts. And then they do the crowd shot. They're up at the top. The whole place is just packed.
Mm-hmm.
For Pitt football.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it just had me thinking, and I tweeted out, I said, is there any place on the West Coast that can give you 50, 60,000 every single year for a college football game? And a lot of people got offended by this because it was a legit question. I don't think there's many I don't think there's many, but it was legit. Like, who can do this on a regular basis? And yeah, people
got offended by it. Well, who was upset?
Oregon and Oregon State people.
Oh, okay.
Which they say they get 50, 60,000 or whatever every time they play. Okay.
I mean, there was a time USC did. I don't know if they still do.
And that's what the caveat I had was I said outside of USC, UCLA, because I think that does 50, 60,000 every year in the Rose Bowl or the Coliseum. Mm-hmm. So yeah, they did 70,000 last night. 70,000.
That's good stuff. It looked electric.
Outside of SC, UCLA, is anybody on the West Coast getting 70K?
No.
I think people would say Oregon State. I don't think. I got to check. I don't think
I could see Oregon. I don't know how many Oregon. I mean, but like there'll be a crowd for Oregon though. It ain't gonna be empty.
Yeah, no, it'll be 50. It'll be 50,000, which is big time. That's 50,000. So I think it's those two games: SC, UCLA, Oregon State. Some were saying Washington State. Somebody could educate me.
54,000 is the capacity at Oregon.
Or okay,
54.
Some people are saying the Apple Cup can do it. I don't think the Apple Cup can do 60,000, bro. Every year they'll
Causeway Classic.
Stadiums. Causeway. Now, come on now. Now we talk about WrestleMania 3.
I feel like based on the Causeway, I feel like that's got 50, 60. I feel like that's got 93,173 people on it. No matter what time of day you're there.
Right.
It's got WrestleMania 3 numbers.
But some people were bringing up a good point. Like I said, we talking 70,000 at Heinz Field yesterday. I don't think they're doing anything close to that. But some people said Fresno State SC this year is going to do a big number.
Fresno State SC.
I think they get to 40,000. I don't know if they get to 50. 50,000, a lot of people. I don't know if Fresno State USC gets to 50,000.
So the capacity at Levi Stadium is allegedly 68 and a half, 68.5.
Mm-hmm.
Could Stanford fill that up?
I say no.
Just once? Like one game a year?
I could be wrong. I could, because I think Rob W. said the big game might be 50, 60.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the attendance. Maybe they do 50, 60. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't feel like that's 50, 60,000, especially with the way the programs are right now.
I think you could do it, but you tune into Pitt. Wow. So there's a lot of dynamics to last night's game. Like if you tune into Pitt next weekend at noon, it's probably not going to look the same.
No, but
it's not.
I think they go. I think they still go 40,000.
Oh, they probably go more than that. But there's something about the opening night, the atmosphere, games at night, that whole deal. Mm-hmm. If you're giving me a one-off of Stanford Cal at Levi Stadium, I think they could do it. Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
So for sure the rivalry games can do it. Well, I don't know if Cal Stanford can, but the rivalry games can do it. Or the Apple Cup, the Civil War, SC versus US versus UCLA, they can do it. They can do it. Clearly. The numbers have spoken on that one. But yeah, I don't know if Cal and Stanford could do it.
Stanford holds 50. Stanford Stadium holds 50. I don't think it's ever pushed to the limits of 50, but they hold 50. I wonder what their average attendance is. David, Stanford's such a different school though. Like it's just different.
Yeah.
They don't really cut corners there. Your football team is made up of Stanford kids. That's
right.
They've got to be Stanford in the classroom to get on this football team. That's why I don't. Okay,
that's a good number.
35,000. Yeah, that's a good call right there too.
Oh, my bad, my fault.
No, you're good.
And pragmatic pessimist says probably during the hardball years. I can believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I can believe you can get 50, 60,000 during the hardball years. So I don't know. I didn't even mean it to say like there aren't games that can do it. I just think, and one of the guys responded. He admitted he was like, I'm probably salty with this response that I have. But he says, what am I supposed to be jealous about Texas and SEC and Ohio State being able to get all that? Like, no, I live in California. I'm perfectly fine. I wouldn't say you're jealous. You should be jealous. I do feel like I'm missing out. Like as a college football fan, like where am I going to go right now to go see? Like I got to go to the Apple Cup. I don't want to go to the Apple Cup. I got no ties to Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, those two teams stink last year too. That's tough.
Yeah,
the big like litmus test was, I remember, and you probably remember this too, when they started this whole Thursday night college football kickoff thing. Mm-hmm. Remember for the first like 2 or 3 years, they would start at South Carolina. And
I've been to South Carolina for a football game.
Yeah. And it was like South Carolina versus Vanderbilt. It wasn't over. Like last night was a rivalry game. So you could put that in the class of Washington's that's a rivalry game. It was like Stanford versus Vanderbilt. Mm-hmm. And they were 65,000 rocking, like lit. Yeah. I don't think we could do that out here. And I wish we could. Like I'd like to be in one of those atmospheres.
Funny thing about South Carolina is, if memory serves me correctly, I'll look this up. I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't think South Carolina has a big stadium. I don't recall that, because I mean I've been a big stadium. It says 77,000. Wow.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah.
I guess in my head I'm thinking like I've been to a bunch of Tennessee football games.
Oh,
that's 100 plus. And the way that unfortunately for me, they sucked. So I never really got to, like, I saw Tennessee, Alabama. I was there for like that. You talk about a movie, but that's an experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
And until Alabama starts playing football, then it's not as fun. Like, because Tennessee was just bad. But like the way that you walk into that stadium, there's a lot of hills around the campus in Knoxville, in the area that we walked in to that stadium. That there's a hill to take down, and you just look down, and it's orange. Like it is like football takes over. On Saturdays, it's just like a sea of orange. No matter how bad they are, that Neyland Stadium's 100 and some change.
Oh man, JS Mama 916. This is different, man. Talking about I went to UGA versus Auburn in Athens. I was overwhelmed by all the people, especially people from California. My homeboy Mike Will, he's from here, from South Sacramento, lives in Atlanta now. Been out there, went to college out there. He said the Georgia experience is that's just different. Like it's all about UGA. My brother-in-law went to UGA. He says, "Nah, man, come on. The Athens, Georgia football experience is that's something different. That's all they care about out there is Georgia football."
Yeah, I never got to see Georgia play in person. I saw Florida. The South Carolina game I went to was Tim Tebow's Florida.
I know that was crazy.
I think I saw Tim Tebow a couple of times. I think I saw him once at Tennessee, and I think I saw him once in South Carolina.
I know that was crazy.
Yeah, it was something. I think I told you this one day. I got a picture somewhere that I was looking at these old pictures from that trip, and there's Tim Tebow and Aaron Hernandez, because I knew some people at South Carolina. You look at there's Tim Tebow and Aaron Hernandez on the field together. It's like, oh,
goodness
God
gracious. Ooh. Ooh.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And I also wondered, I know it's in the culture because people were like, it doesn't matter. Like, we got pro teams. That's why we're not into it. And when you talk about these schools, like, these schools aren't in San Francisco, right? Knoxville, Tennessee, Columbia, South Carolina. These are Columbia is a real city, and so is Knoxville, but it's not Nashville, right? You know what I'm saying?
Kane is the mayor of Knox County.
Who is?
If you know that, Kane. That's got to be Kane. He's the mayor of Knox County. This is what happened. Pat Summitt passed away, and freaking Kane becomes the mayor. It's a true story. The wrestler Kane is the mayor of Knox County, which is the county that Knoxville is in. But your point being, it's not Nashville.
Right. So I know that plays into it, but when you talk about like alumni and being like even if you didn't go to the school, you're associated with the school because it's in your city or near your city or town or whatever. Like, why don't we have that on the West Coast? Like, these schools have been around for hundreds of years out here. You got millions and billions of alumni. Like, they just don't have the same feeling. Like,
well, I wonder
the same feeling.
I mean, Cal, like, I think it's the Bay Area. Stanford, it's not what you're there for. Like, no matter what, like, it's just not.
Mm-hmm.
LA, it's still Hollywood first. Lakers are second. Like, Nipsey Hussle's third. Like, that's the order things are there now.
SC is real. SC is like they.
But I don't think USC football even then takes over the city.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, SC is real. SC is
okay.
SC is real.
I ain't live it, so I know I didn't.
Before the Dodgers got sold to Magic, now I think the Dodgers are like 2, behind the Lakers. But before they got sold, and it was Matt Barkley, so it's kind of off the tails of Reggie Bush and all this other stuff. SC was 2. It was Lakers, SC. SC was.
No, I agree with that. But SC is the same as UT, Knoxville?
Probably not. It's a different part of it's a different part of the country. But as SC against Arizona would do 60, 70,000. Like, because they go to USC games. They pack out the Coliseum.
Let's get Ramsey. Ramsey, what's going on, man? 916-909-1320.
Not too much. Just listening to the whole college football debate and just thinking from experience on how these stadiums actually work, especially on the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Stanford doesn't get much. I used to work at Stanford and work football games. They don't get that much for football. Even the big game in Notre Dame and the main two that show up.
Mm-hmm.
Even when I went to ASU, I mean, the largest game that I ever went to in Arizona was that 2003 National Championship game before they remodeled Sun Devil Stadium. That still was about 70,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, like in Arizona, if you got a big game, they don't play Sun Devil Stadium. They all go.
Put us on his boots.
Well, yeah. You didn't fully connect, Ramsey, but it's all love.
Forks up for Ramsey.
I also just realized all this time Jesse's been talking. I could have done this, and everybody say hi to the world, Jesse. That's like I'm taking it out.
Yeah, talking about like Stanford Cal last year, I was there, and the vibe was more like let's go hang out. Like it's Stanford versus Cal. Like it's not a rival. It didn't have a rivalry feel.
Yeah, they both right now. It was a little. It felt a little different during the Harbaugh years, during Andrew Luck, Deshaun Jackson, Tedford when he was at Cal. Like I remember there was some buzz for the big game at that point. Now it's just like, we stink, so let's just have a good time.
This was I was eating very healthy, but pre plant-based eating in South Carolina.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should have started after.
Oh no, I didn't. No, the trip to South Carolina was before I became a plant-based.
Got you.
Lord. Oh my God. Just and we're there. Dawn's just here. No, that's how you rated the tailgates was the kind of food that they had.
Yeah.
This is the tailgates with the suites. This is the tailgates with the barbecue. This is the tailgates with this, that. And we again, couldn't have had a better host in South Carolina. So we were being taken from place to place. Like, oh, you're going to want to try that.
Yeah.
And then you get up to the suite, which is completely, Kate, oh, you're going to want to try that. Like, yo, coach, I can't try anymore. Like I'm done. But yeah, it's an experience. It's an absolute experience.
We need to have a road trip. We got to figure out what game we want to go to. Like, honestly, obviously, I want to go to Michigan, Ohio State, but it's freezing. Like, why do I want to experience it? But
we for sure. We got room and board and tickets if we go to LSU.
Oh, that's right. We could
go hang out with Rich.
Absolutely.
And we got tickets and room and board.
If we 50.
Man, I mean, Rich, that type of guy. I mean, we be out there rolling deep.
We going to Death Valley for sure.
Let's let Ramsey finish his point. Kenny come back talking all crazy. Ramsey, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'm back. Just moving. But yeah, no, what I was saying was about some of these stadiums. The largest game in Arizona, they're all held across the valley in the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. I mean, I went to the 2003 National Championship where they had about 70,000 people at Sun Devil Stadium, but none of the games do that. And they've reduced capacity now at Sun Devil Stadium. I think it's at like 55,000 now. They took out like half the seats up top.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I remember they had a little buzz going on for a little bit, and it's a nice little setting when you get there. It's not, like I said, 70,000, but 50 and the student bodies into it. So it's a real thing in Arizona between the Sun Devils and the Wildcats. So it's cool. It's dope. Do you think that some of it that hurts it? Maybe this is getting too inside college football. Is that these California schools don't all have football programs? So like your East Bays, your Fullertons, your Northridges, like they eliminated a lot of those football programs, and it just kind of sucked the enjoyment out of football, at least like your school enjoyment for college football.
I don't think so. Because like it's not like we're you're talking about those programs you just named. Like we're not talking about Akron football here or Ohio football.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about the big dogs. No, there's one. We're talking about the big dogs like Ohio State, Notre Dame, and Michigan, and Michigan State, and LSU, and Georgia, and even though they stink, Tennessee's or most recent history has stunk. Like it's still a football program.
Yeah.
I don't know that it gets wrapped up as much in the smaller schools.
They had a gang of people at that HBCU game last week. At least I don't know if a lot of people came from Howard, but a lot of people came from Alabama State. Like I remember there behind their side, they had a gang of people out there. And that was a destination game as well. Like you're going to Atlanta, kick off the season, all that other stuff. But I don't know. I feel like I do feel like I miss out a little bit because I love college football. And, I want the big atmospheres, but they're getting it popping down off of, off of 50? They're getting it popping right off of 50 over at Sac State. Come on now. Season starts on Saturday. You can listen right here on ESPN 1320, home of the Sac State Hornets.
Indeed, you can. As a matter of fact, you can also listen to Oregon versus Georgia this weekend. And Clemson versus Georgia Tech on Labor Day.
Yeah.
You can catch all of that here on ESPN 1320. Your home for college football. I don't know.
It's on 1320 for real.
It's lit.
Okay.
It's lit. It's lit.
You're home for college football.
And
some would say D'Lo and Casey are the Mecca of sports talk.
We are. I'll take that.
Okay.
I'll take that.
You.
We're absolutely Mecca.
That's a throwback if you just tuned in. Sorry.
And Jesse was telling you, we got a lot of college football here on ESPN 1320 this year. home of the Sac State Hornets. You know what it is. They're about to go for another Big Sky championship. And also, if you're into this thing, we get you paid. Coming up next,
we will get Cash Caraway's picks of the week. Boy, it's got a name now.
Cash Caraway. You know what time it is.
If there is a singular account executive that works for Odyssey listening right now,
Slammy.
Cash Caraway's picks of the week, brought to you by You Pick, guys.
Yeah,
you let us know. But we've got that coming up for you next. We'll talk 49ers football and ESPN 1320. 49ers insider Chris Biderman comes home to D-Lo and KC coming up in about 30 minutes here on ESPN 1320. Yeah, thank you for saying that. Just realized I didn't send him the link. He's on the stream.
Does he?
He's on the stream.
But when you did that, I don't know. But when you did,
you not hear me,
Damien?
Jesse. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's on the stream. Okay.
That was crazy. That was bizarre.
Chris Biderman's email address.
Mario, you doing 49ers pregame? Not alone.
No, yeah. Now we back.
And it'll be me and Damien this year. Me too.
That's not important, but yes, that's right.
So yeah, me and Damien are gonna be doing 49ers pregame this year, man.
Yep. Exclusively on the app and radio though. No video stream for that one.
No video.
That's app and
you guys don't need to see me with the sleep in my eye for these 10 o'clock starts.
Yeah, we'll send out the links though. Charlie's really, really good with that too. We'll send out the links for the Odyssey app and all that stuff.
Oh, Mario, that reminds me. You got me your email address. Let me get you that invite right now. Mario's trying to get in the pick and pool. Remember, if you guys are trying to get in, is this the regular one? Yeah. If you're trying to get in, shoot me your email address so I can invite you. Or I actually put the link out yesterday. The link is on my timeline somewhere. So,
Roddy,
you got it. Donovan,
Roddy, all 17, guaranteed, all 17 weeks,
guaranteed,
or 18, or however many it is.
How long did we go last year? I want to say it was maybe about 5 weeks.
I don't know.
Yeah, you got that, Jesse. Deal. If they beat them, if the Niners win, yeah. You remember it. They remember. They don't want that again. But I already know. Mario, I shot that to you, big dog. So let's see. I don't know, T Green. Oh, let's see. There was somebody else too. Oh, yeah. I gotta shoot him the college joint.
It's been okay.
It's been good, man. Oh, I get money. I get it. And remember, like I told you guys last night, there's we got the college football pick and pull as well. This one is against the spread. So if y'all trying to get in that, you gotta show me your emails for that one, because for whatever reason they can't shoot out a link to join. So yeah.
Who can't shoot out a link to join?
Huh?
Go ahead, Jesse. Did you try to say something? Okay. You can't send it. Your link for the pick'em is working.
Yeah, for the college football one isn't. They don't have nothing where I can like tweet out a link. Like
college football. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I gotta literally like send out the invitation. Makes no sense. It's from the same people. I know they used to really well. This year, a couple when they first had that game at the Golden One Center, I think it was Cal and San Diego State. That did really well. And then they had Kansas and Stanford the next year, I think. But other than those two games, they haven't that little Golden One Classic thing. They haven't really done that good. I think the other one was St. Mary's and forgot who they played. That one didn't have a lot of people.
Live on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, ESPN 1320 49ers insider Chris Biderman going to be with us coming up here in about 30 minutes. Normally Kyle would be with us, but headed into the holiday weekend, a lot of people skip town. Kyle's got a little extra work to do today at 95.7 The Game, which I was a little bummed to get that text from him this morning because I was really anxious to hear his reactions regarding Jimmy Garoppolo. And I did get a chance to listen to Candlestick Chronicles, but that's not the same as D'Lo and KC.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to those conversations, but they're going to have to wait until next week. James Ham will be with us at 3:00. So still a lot ahead here. I do want to talk a little bit more NBA. I want to talk about the 49ers. Jimmy Garoppolo spoke yesterday. Trey Lance spoke yesterday. But right now, KC's going to get you paid.
Hey, man.
Allegedly.
Like, well, you know, I mean, I'm keeping the record this year. I think when I stopped keeping it, I was around 500 last year, you know, going in like, I don't know, one of the last 2 weeks or something like that. I don't know why I stopped, but I'm not stopping this year. All right. Every Friday, I'm going to give you 3 games that, hey, if you're into that thing, if you're going to Tahoe, if you're going to Vegas, you know, you can put down a couple dollars on it. All right. I got you. That's why they call me Cash Caraway. And this is Cash Caraway's Picks of the Week. Let's get paid.
It's showtime. Straight cash, homie.
Yes, sir. It's time to get it popping, baby. So, week 1 of college football. Usually, Trista said it before, like usually, like, you know, the odds makers, the first 6 weeks or so, they let you feel your way around until they start to tighten up. So you guys want to get in now. And I got 3 games right now. Hey, man, it's going to be popping. It's going to be popping.
Okay. All right, let's get it in.
We're going to be having a good time. First one, San Diego State. They're a 6-point favorite against Arizona. Arizona's garbage. Sorry, I apologize. I'm sorry to that man. Arizona stinks. If the spread was 6 billion, I would still take San Diego in the points. San Diego State in the points. So take that one. San Diego State -6 over Arizona in San Diego. The next one, Arkansas -6 over Cincinnati. This one's in Fayetteville. And remember last year, I was a proponent for Cincinnati, right? I was like, yo, let them in the college football playoff, let them rock, right? I was all for them. They lost a lot this year. They're not ready to go into SEC country and do anything. I think Arkansas handles them easily. Take Arkansas -6 in that one. And last but not least, I went back and forth with this one because one of my things I wanted to do Michigan -30.5 over Colorado State. But I said, you know what? I try to just let them rock. I try not to bet Michigan at all or anything like that. And I kept coming back to this one. Florida at home. They're a 3-point underdog against number 7 Utah. Utah's the real deal. Don't get it twisted. I don't think Utah's a bad team. But this is a tough situation. You're going to the swamp in the first game of the season, down there in the humidity. Utah might not be ready for this. I'm going Florida +3. And I think that's going to get you paid this week. San Diego State -6 over Arizona. Arkansas -6 over Cincinnati. And Florida +3 over Utah. Let's get money, baby. Let's get it.
I thought you were gonna hit the start again.
Oh, I mean, you like the start.
I did.
Yeah.
It's showtime. Straight cash, homie.
Yes,
And
sir.
that's the end. I like that. That's solid work right there. Good job, partner. This is a great week. We mentioned that it started off, college football season started off with a bang last night with West Virginia in Pitt, which was an absolute blast to watch. And it is a massive opening weekend. Obviously, those are great games to have some extracurricular activities on, or if you just bet for fun. That's a couple of great games right there. But we've got Georgia and Oregon this week, which, you know, in terms of the numbers next to the schools are big games, but that one could go a certain direction pretty quickly.
Yeah, thought about that one too.
I think Arkansas and Cincinnati could be a sneaky fun game to watch. But you know me, I'm all about the highlights. I'm about the marquee game this week.
Yeah.
Ohio State, Notre Dame. I'm pumped for.
And look, I don't think Notre Dame can win. If we're talking about spreads, I don't think Notre Dame can win. But I thought about 17 points.
17 seems crazy to me.
Yeah, man. I think Marcus Howard gonna have those boys ready to play in his first game because they're gonna play for him. They are going to play for him.
Isn't it Marcus Freeman?
I mean, what'd I say, Howard?
Marcus Howard.
Marcus Howard.
I don't know. Probably some basketball player from 1996 at some small school, and you were watching film.
Freeman.
You were watching film on him yesterday, and you know who's underrated? Marcus Howard is underrated. He didn't get enough love. I do have Marcus Howard, a football player who played for the Edmonton Eskimos.
Okay.
He was drafted by the Indianapolis Colts.
You know who Marcus Howard is? I think I know this because Ramsey reminds me he plays for Denver. I didn't know he plays for Denver, but he's the guy that went to Marquette, who was a bucket.
Okay.
He went to Marquette a couple years ago. Bucket, little guard or whatever. He can get buckets.
There it is. You're so weird, dude. Marcus Anthony Howard.
Cole knows him. There you go. Cole knows him. Yeah. I remember him at Marquette. That boy go hoop. Wow. Desmond Howard's brother. I mean, you never know what's going on. That is about 20-something years apart, though. Because Desmond,
I think your information is inaccurate. Howard's older brother, Jordan Howard, played college basketball for Central Arkansas.
Desmond's older brother?
I don't see anything regarding Desmond or Jawan. I'm looking at the authority of all information, Wikipedia. That's where I'm. Yeah. Well, I'm looking at Marquette Marcus Howard. Is Marquette Marcus Howard the same as Denver Marcus Howard? Yes, it's the same. How are we looking at the same Wikipedia, but we're looking at two different things? This is fascinating. This is absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Oh, Chris brings up a good point. Gladys Knight. Is she going to be in attendance?
I don't know. Serena plays tonight.
Did you see Dionne Warwick on her Instagram had a throwback Thursday picture of Gladys Knight as a kid?
I didn't see that, but that's fantastic. So in all funny, like she's passed away, so clearly no. But you know who Dionne Warwick looked like? She looked like Cicely Tyson. When the camera caught her, I was like, oh, yeah. Oh my God. I was like, did I read the story wrong? And then I looked closer. I was like, oh no. Okay, wait a minute. It's Dionne Warwick.
Yeah.
Absolutely looked like Cicely Tyson.
I thought the same thing.
Did not look like Gladys Knight.
And it didn't like register to me at first, like, oh yeah, Cicely Tyson is passed. Like I didn't get that at first. But I was like, look at Cicely Tyson.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is it? I guess I was wrong. And then I looked and I was like, oh no, it's Dionne Warwick. But yeah, it's funny you said that because that's what I thought too.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app and always available for you to watch on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Chris Biderman coming up in about 20 minutes. James Ham coming up 1 hour from now. Jimmy Garoppolo spoke yesterday for the first time. Well, I think it's for the first time since he said goodbye.
Yeah.
I guess, I don't know, depending on what you were looking for. I guess a lot came out of that conversation. He was asked, I think, by Matt Mayoko, did you ever consider asking for a release? And Jimmy said yes, but I didn't. He said, yeah, I considered it, but I didn't want to rock the boat, which is such a weird thing for him to say. But I thought I thought he handled the press conference fine. Not at the same time, which would have been riveting theater, but Trey Lance also spoke yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, everything that I heard from those two was just like business as usual, right? It's like, all right, like he's here. It's all good. Jimmy, I think he had a line on there where somebody was like, is it a shot to your ego?
Mm-hmm.
You have to be back up. And Jimmy's like, I mean, if that's going to be a shot to your ego, then you need to check your ego. Like, I thought that was a pretty cool answer. He's like, look, man, I know what this league is about. I know the position that I'm in right now. And, I'll be ready for whatever. We have a different view than a number of different people about this whole thing. So I don't know if me asking this question, I think you're going to feel the same way I did, but did seeing those two speak and what they said yesterday, did that change anything or calm down any thoughts of a quarterback controversy for you?
No, it's just because of the way I originally felt. Like, I think Jimmy has shown through all of this. He did have a funny line yesterday where he was asked about, he was like, yeah, the situation was weird. Probably it's one of the weirdest situations I've ever been in. And that's saying something, because I've been in some weird situations before. And I think he's so aware, you know what I mean? And he's a pro. I think Trey is like Trey Lance. No, like, I was taking third overall. The expectations are going to be there. Not only was I taking third overall, this team that should be really good moved up to get me. Whether Jimmy Garoppolo is here or not, the expectations on me are the same. Now, there's going to be some other chatter and some conversation and all of that stuff, as you laid out brilliantly yesterday in the media. But I think when you make a move like this as an organization, you got to know that these two guys can handle it. And that was the thing we talked about during I think it was a hiatus from the radio, but we were on the live stream when this Jimmy Garoppolo news broke. And it was John and Kyle clearly feel that Trey Lance can handle this. Mm-hmm. He can handle the scrutiny. Everything that you talked about, where you were talking about media members yesterday, you just can't help yourself, can you? You're not going to be able to help yourself. They know, yeah, that's going to happen. And Trey is mature enough to deal with it.
Yeah, for sure. I heard something from the playmaker, Michael Irvin, yesterday on 95.7 The Game. And he was asked about that. I think it was on Damon and Ratto. And he was asked about this. And I thought what he had to say was insightful, saying that he had been in these situations. I got the sound. Let me play it for you real quick. Mm-hmm. Michael Irvin yesterday on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I have never really been in a locker room divided, and especially a locker room divided at that quarterback position. You see what I'm saying? And that's a tough place right there. I do not believe that you guys are in danger of any of that. This transition Debo and all the guys, they are going to be there for Trey, and they know. I don't know why guys think that we don't know that it takes time for young guys to learn the game. And the best thing to do, the best reps to get to learn the game is being in the game. So this team knows, they're smart enough to know, hey, obviously, we did some great things with Jimmy Garoppolo, but there's a ceiling there. And obviously, they obviously believe there's a ceiling there. And this kid breaks us through the ceiling. We all in that locker room had to go through growing pains. I came into Dallas saying I can catch a BB in the dark, drop every damn pass they threw me in the first time, So I had to go through going. Everybody, we all understand that they're not just going to turn on Trey, on the situation, on each other. We understand that this team will work that out.
I was damn near waiting for Michael Irvin to say the ceiling is the roof. He was right there. ACR Solar and Roofing.
I thought that was something that people forget, because remember we talked yesterday, we kind of laughed at the whole situation of people that week one, they could be looking around like, we need Jimmy. And Michael was like, bro, stop. Like, why do you guys think athletes lack common sense or any type of patience? You know what I mean? Like, they're in the room. I'm sure, just like me and you have said, there's going to be ups and downs. Like Kyle has said, they know there's going to be ups and downs. There's going to be times when Trey looks phenomenal, and there's going to be other times when somebody throws a defense at him that he's looking perplexed at for 3.5 quarters. It's going to happen. There's got to be, and I believe there is, not only with Kyle Shanahan, but the players in that locker room, there's got to be some type of buffer, a type of room for error there. They're not just going to see him struggle one time and say, that's it. We can't do it with the kid. Like,
yeah,
nobody in there, like we said yesterday, nobody in their right mind is going to do something like that.
Yeah.
So the controversy, I'm staying with it. Like I said yesterday, Trey will not come out, or Jimmy will not play based on performance this year of Trey Lance. He will not play based on that. Trey gets hurt, or whatever the case may be, that's something different. Jimmy Garoppolo is not coming in based on performance this year.
We've said on this show many times, we root, or I do. I root for the story. What gives us content? What gives us the best story? I wonder if that's the case with some of these media personalities.
Possibly.
The story, man, the story ain't there. I'm gonna make one. I'll make one. I don't know. I don't get. There's already such an assumption that Trey Lance is going to fail, and I don't even think this is a Jimmy Garoppolo thing. I think this is his motion is weird. His arm strength isn't very good. Like, what? What are you talking about? Like I'm anxious to hear Chris Biderman's thoughts on this when he joins us here in just a few minutes. I think a lot of people are, and it's Kyle. It's not a stretch. It's a Kyle Shanahan gimmick that this is going to be a really run heavy team, and maybe because of that offensive line, Kyle Shanahan's going to have to do a lot of scheming to make up for that, more than he's going to have to do anything to make up for Trey Lance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you. They're going to, the play calling, at least early. And this is an unbelievable 4-day tease payoff. Because I think it was Tuesday, you said, they might struggle with that offensive line. And I said, you know what? I'm going to tell you why they might not. Remember that?
And if you stuck around... If you're listening around and you go, finally, been waiting 4 days for Kenny to pay off this tease. Don't say we don't pay our teases off. We were trying to get you. We were trying to get you from Tuesday to Friday. Did it successfully.
We're trying to make sure we have
call your friends.
That the cumulative listen that we're trying to make sure we got that.
Time spent listening. The person who's been literally been listening since Tuesday. But there's Kenny said he was going to tell, man, Kenny, you got people cussing you out all across Kenny was going to tell us about that offensive line, man. That's weak. You up here talking about college college football in the Mecca and still ain't told us about why that offensive line may not be bad.
So what I was saying was, now I'm terrified of the offensive line. I make no bones about that. I am terrified. But one of the ways that you can mitigate that a little bit and try to ease your way in, one way that can happen for the 49ers this season is simply based off the schedule. I mean, if you look at the schedule, every game in the NFL is a real game. So take it seriously every time. But if we're just being fair here and we're just, being realistic, you got Chicago, which is looked at as one of the worst teams in football. You got Seattle, week 2, one of the worst teams in football. You go to Denver, that's going to be tough. You play the Rams, that's going to be a situation as well. But then you've got Carolina and Atlanta. So of those first 6 games, 4 of those are against teams that, let's just say, they don't scare you on paper. So for 6 weeks, you got an opportunity maybe to work the kinks out, maybe to get in some type of rhythm before the schedule starts to pick up a little bit, when you got Kansas City, the Rams, the Chargers, the Cardinals, all this other stuff. So it picks up obviously after that first 6 weeks, but it works in your benefit to where maybe you can work out some kinks with that offensive line, get in some type of rhythm, the same rhythm that you talked about they got in last year when the schedule softened up. Now you're doing that a little bit. It's just kind of flipped. Maybe it's at the beginning of the season where you can find your rhythm and get into kind of a flow by the time it gets to October, November, and the schedule starts to pick up a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. Context is all there. Didn't they win their first 2 games last year?
Yeah, they won their first 2, but their next 4 or 5 were they were like all playoff teams.
Okay.
So now you got and
then
probably aren't going to make the playoffs, and some people don't believe Denver's going to make the playoffs.
I remember the schedule. I feel like this schedule, I don't have it in front of me. I feel like it was 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Like okay, these 2 teams aren't making the playoffs. These 2 teams are going to be really good. These 2 teams stink. These 2 teams are really good. Like it's a schedule of just like, all right, we got to these next 2 games are really tough. All right, we got to make sure we get these next 2. These next 2 games are really tough. Like I felt like that was their schedule for the first, I think, leading into the bye, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. They there's a funny little schedule quirk with the 49ers where starting in week 7. Wow, this is actually crazy. I didn't realize it went all the way down there. So starting in week 7, they leave the Pacific time zone once for the rest of the season.
Wow.
Everything is the one time, and then the one that I say is once is Arizona and Mexico City. I don't know what times that may be. That may be Mountain. I don't know. But that's the one that's outside of that. Other than that, the road games are at Seattle, at Las Vegas, at the Rams. They have a string starting on November 13th, 5 straight home games. I take that back. 4 of the next 5 are home games. The one being the Mexico City game. So when you talk about breaking down the schedule, they get all their traveling and stuff out the way. The reason why I bring that up with the home games and everything too is when you talk about an offensive line, going on the road doesn't help that. So if you got an offensive line that struggles a little bit, you got to, after you had your buffer period to kind of get things ramped up during the season, then you're at home and you don't have to deal with opposing crowds. You don't have to deal with domes and deal with those type of issues with your offensive line for much of the rest of the season. So it's not a bad schedule. They got the bye at the right time, kind of in the middle of the season. Yeah. So it's not a bad schedule at all, man.
Yeah, that bye week is so critical, man, and it's legitimately perfect for the San Francisco 49ers. But all of this, we're almost discussing this as if now you were speaking specifically about the offensive line. This is a good football team.
Mm-hmm.
So even, I think they've got some scheduling breaks going their way, which is that's fantastic. And we can, measure this opponent and this opponent, which, by the way, is always a silly exercise because, the turnover in the NFL is different. This isn't the NBA. There aren't Oklahoma Cities out there or Houston's and Detroit's and Orlando's like those. That's not how the NFL works. Like the turnover is thank you, Field Yates. The turnover is much quicker. And this is a team, the 49ers are good. And like I think if we get to the point, like I'll be concerned if we get to the point where we did last year and they're 3-5 or whatever the record was, and you come on the air like you did. Well, there's a pathway. Like I don't want to talk about a pathway. Like this team is too good. Like they go out there and win football games. And we'll talk a lot of 49ers football when our ESPN 1320 49ers insider Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee joins us next here on ESPN 1320.
Let's get a little 13th round in here, man.
All right, get out your
one time. Let me get 3, 2, 1. 13th round here with your main man, Kenny Caraway. And I kind of want to get into this whole boxing landscape because we had a little bit of an off season, so to speak, with what went on in the middle of July. And, it was just kind of dead for a little bit, but it's starting to ramp back up. And in a sneaky way. Oh, by the way, brought to you by people over at Meister Watches. You already know what it is. Can't never forget my man Ryan and Jovan and the whole crew out there doing what they do. But in a sneaky way, I got a good little fight going on this weekend, man. Luis Ortiz going up against Andy Ruiz. I like this fight. I really do. The real hang up that a lot of people have with it, and I understand, is it's on pay-per-view. Is this a pay-per-view fight? No, it's not. It should be on Showtime or should be on regular Fox or whatever the case may be. But it's still a pretty good fight for the heavyweight division. And I look at it like this. Deontay Wilder has a fight in October against Helenius. If he handles business there, and I think if Andy Ruiz handles business in this fight, I think you could be looking at Wilder versus Ruiz sometime in early 2023. And possibly the winner of that one getting Anthony Joshua sometime late to mid 2023. So this fight this Saturday could line up a number of different things. I like the fight. I don't like that it's on pay-per-view, but it's still a good fight. And I think it's going to be big towards the heavyweight division. But this is kind of the kickoff of what's going on in the fall. You got this fight this week. You got a major doubleheader by Top Rank next year where the ladies take center stage with Clarissa Shields fighting, then Alicia Baumgartner also fighting as well. Then you got Canelo and Triple G on the 17th. Then you've got Deontay Wilder, like I mentioned, he's going to be coming back. You got Shakur Stevenson coming back at the end of September. You've got who else is fighting in October? I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's because we're all waiting for the big showdown in November. That's Bud Crawford versus Errol Spence, which I do believe is still going down. So this weekend kicks off a big start to boxing season this fall, and that's the 13th round. Yeah, I mean, it could, but I think they're going to slow play Wilder. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think they're putting him in with anybody for at least a fight or two. Ruiz, Joshua. You know what they would? You know what I think they'd have to do? I think they'd have to put that back in America. If they went back to the Garden or if they went to LA, they could go to LA for that one because Ruiz is. Yeah, that'd be big. And AJ hasn't been to LA yet. So yeah. I roll with you, man. That's a dope fight. See AJ in America against Ruiz. That'd be lit. Pino, let me say this, man. When Shakur first stepped on the scene and people was giving him a lot of hype, I wasn't really. I thought he was good. I thought he was a little overhyped. I think he's gotten so much better. I think he's a hell of a fighter, and I do think he can step up in weight and compete with the elite boxers. He's Shakur the real deal. I want to see him versus Devin Haney at some point. Him versus Devin Haney or him versus Tank at some point. That'd be a hell of a fight. I like Shakur a lot more than I did 2 years ago. For real, man. The little guys are running boxing right now. If they want to fight, if they decide to let's make it happen, the little guys got all the major fights.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh yeah, Dr. David, they out there. I'd love to see the fight. But you know, you got the promotional companies. You know how that is. I don't like it, but we just know what it is, man. Top Rank ain't letting Devin Haney come over there.
Man, I gotta clean all this stuff out. I had to chuckle at the Bleacher Report headline. Lakers eyeing 3 Jazz vets. The Lakers are eyeing literally just anyone they could possibly get their hands on. Like, the Lakers got their eyes on. Like, guys, come on, man. Like, come on. We get it. They're probably trying to get Chris Biderman from us as well as we bring in our 1320 49ers insider, Chris Biderman. Chris, what's happening, my man?
Man, I like the sound of that. It's good to be with you guys. How's it going?
Welcome home, buddy. Welcome home. Of course, he's
yeah, man. That's where you should be.
Of course, he's with the Sacramento Bee and co-host of Candlestick Chronicles as well. Probably not the week you expected. Certainly cut day on Tuesday was big, but arguably Jimmy Garoppolo, through all of the cuts across the 32 teams, the football news was dominated by the 49ers backup quarterback.
Yeah, it was definitely surprising. And, I think, I didn't really see it coming at all. And I think Kyle Shanahan didn't see it coming really. And once Jimmy Garoppolo made it clear that he was willing to take such a dramatic pay cut to come back and he surveyed the landscape, like I understand why it works for both sides. And I think Jimmy Garoppolo was smart to do it because, we saw what happened this last year to Mitch Trubisky, right? All he did was just back up Josh Allen in Buffalo and he rehabbed his image. And now he's, a starting quarterback for a pretty good team in the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't know if they're a playoff team, but they've certainly gone to the playoffs with worse quarterbacks than Mitch Trubisky. And now Jimmy Garoppolo is potentially in the same boat. And he doesn't have to go anywhere else. He can stay. He can be in a familiar offense, familiar surroundings. And if anybody knows how to utilize Jimmy Garoppolo, if he had to be put into action, it's Kyle Shanahan. So it's really a win for both sides. My initial thought was like, man, this is awkward. But after thinking about it and talking to some people, it's like, it's just a pragmatic move by the 49ers. I know there's going to be a lot of discussion about it in the same way that there was a lot of discussion about the quarterback situation last year. But, despite all of that discussion last year, they still went to the NFC title game, right? Mm-hmm. And Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't great, wasn't terrible, was playing hurt, obviously, throughout the playoffs. But I think it's going to benefit both sides. And honestly, my take is like, I'm not expecting there to be a whole lot of quarterback drama, or at least as much as a lot of people are expecting, given what happened.
Yeah, Chris, I've said for the record, I don't think I'm going out on the limb saying this either. I'm saying Jimmy Garoppolo will not play this year due to Trey's performance. That's not happening. If Trey gets hurt or whatever the case may be, obviously he'll come in then. But I don't think it'll be a situation where Jimmy is put in because Trey is just not performing. That doesn't even mean that Trey is going to play great. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying I don't think that Kyle Shanahan is going to give Trey the hook really at any point this season.
Yeah, and I think like one of the things that people aren't really talking about is just what the offense is going to look like with Trey Lance, because what we saw during training camp and the preseason was a very elementary version of Kyle Shanahan's offense, right? There wasn't the Deebo Samuel rushing attack, zone read stuff. There wasn't any Trey Lance using his legs. There wasn't really any designer plays or game planning or play sequencing, which what Kyle Shanahan's really good at. Like, he'll run 4 different plays out of the same look and then mix in personnel. And he wasn't doing any of that. And, I think it's going to look very different than what happened with RG3 back in 2012. But I kind of think conceptually it's going to be the same in that defenses aren't really going to know what to prepare for early on, right? I think there's an element of unknown every time you change quarterbacks, which was true for the 49ers when they switched from Alex Smith to Colin Kaepernick in 2012, right? Like, part of the reason that was so successful is because nobody knew how to defend the zone read in the way the 49ers are running it. And I'm not saying that I think it's going to be a lot of zone read for Trey Lance, but I think Kyle Shanahan has a lot of stuff in his back pocket that he hasn't put on film yet that's going to catch a lot of defensive coordinators by surprise. And yeah, like, the 49ers also have maybe one of the 3 or 4 best group of skill position players in the league. There are certainly questions about the offensive line, but they have an all-pro at tight end. They have an all-pro at receiver. They have a first-round pick in Brandon Ayuk, who a lot of people think is going to take a significant jump. They have Kyle Juszczyk, who is a super valuable player for them, and his versatility is one of the reasons why the offense is able to be so versatile. So I think Trey Lance ultimately is going to be put in a lot of positions to succeed solely based on scheme and the surroundings, or the surrounding talent that he's going to have. And it's not going to be like Trey Lance and shotgun with 5 wide receivers throwing 50 times a game. They're going to run the ball a lot. I would expect Trey Lance to probably pass 20 to 25 times a game early on. And even if he isn't as efficient in the short and intermediate passes like Jimmy Garoppolo was, there are going to be more big plays. And I think the 49ers will probably be a better third down team because Trey Lance will be able to make more plays outside the structure of the offense. So I think there's just a lot of different ways the 49ers offense can improve now from what it had with Jimmy Garoppolo as a starting quarterback, because Jimmy Garoppolo was pretty limited.
Could Kyle have to game plan more or scheme more for that offensive line you were speaking of just a minute ago, more than he does for Trey Lance?
Yeah, I think so. And I do think that's a legitimate concern, right? Because if you look at one of the reasons the 49ers have been successful with Kyle Shanahan, particularly in 2019 and last season, they won the line of scrimmage a lot on both sides of the ball. And you lose Alex Mack and Laken Tomlinson, like, those are 2 Pro Bowlers. And now you're replacing them with Aaron Banks, who certainly is not somebody who's inspiring confidence to this point, and Jake Brendel, who the hope is like, well, maybe he's an okay player. And yeah, they like Spencer Burford. And there's also, Daniel Brunskill, who's, I would say, a league average interior offensive lineman. And he hasn't really practiced or played in preseason games because of a hamstring injury. And so, yeah, I think Kyle Shanahan's going to have to do a lot of things to move the pocket, right? To give Trey some boot actions, a lot of misdirection, play action stuff, in order to negate that pressure. Because, if it's 3rd and 12 and some of these interior defensive linemen that the 49ers are going to have to go against are just pinning their ears back, I don't love that situation for them. So it's going to be about executing and playing situational football in the sense that, like, they cannot afford to get behind the sticks, because, I don't know how much confidence they should have in really any of their offensive linemen aside from Trent Williams. And that's probably the Achilles heel of the whole team, frankly. Like, I think if there's one thing aside from injuries that can derail whatever hopes the 49ers have to contend this year, I think it's the offensive line. And they think that there's enough talent there to get out of those guys, but I also know that not everyone in the building has been super impressed. And I think that was, by the offensive line. And I think that's pretty clear by the fact that, Eric Branch of the San Francisco Chronicle reported that the 49ers were looking around for offensive line help, and they claimed somebody from the Browns earlier this week. So We'll see how it all shakes out, but I do think that's a legitimate concern, and Kyle Shanahan is going to have to get creative when it comes to dealing with that.
That may be the worst place in football to have your Achilles heel. It's on the offensive line. Like, it feels like you can make up for everything else, but if the offensive line isn't there, you can't run, you can't pass, all this other stuff. Chris, how did we get here with the offensive line? We were talking about as soon as the season ended, hey, they need to bolster the secondary, which they did, but they also need to look at the offensive line. And me and Damian talk about a number of different times on here. It seems like they completely ignored that. Not only did they ignore it, they lost 2 starters on there. How did we get to the point where they're scrambling around the waiver wire for offensive linemen?
It's weird, right? Because they do this with different position groups, or they've done this with different position groups pretty much all throughout Kyle Shanahan's tenure. It's been, in 2018, it was, well, they really need a pass rusher. And if you go back in that draft, they didn't get any pass rushers. And like Cassius Marsh was like their best edge guy, right? And then Kyle Shanahan at the time said it's tough to beat out Cassius Marsh. Well, what do they do the next offseason? They get D Ford and Nick Bosa. And then obviously that reshapes their entire defense. In 2020, the roster was pretty much set. In 2021, they really needed cornerbacks. Like we said it throughout the entire offseason, and they went into the year with Jason Verrett, who has a huge lengthy injury history. He ends up tearing his ACL in week 1. Josh Norman has to play a lot. That's a disaster. Drake Kirkpatrick has to play a lot. That's a disaster. And it's starting to feel like, for whatever reason, they just go into off seasons and just kind of neglect certain positions. And this year it's the interior of the offensive line. And they were hoping Alex Mack would come back, but he ended up retiring. I never thought that they were going to give Laken Tomlinson a competitive offer. And obviously that was made apparent too by drafting Aaron Banks in the second round. They like Daniel Brunskill a lot. I tend to think Brunskill is probably a 6th or 7th offensive lineman, somebody who can play multiple spots, who is versatile, and that's his value, not necessarily as a starter. And this is a team that goes against Aaron Donald twice a year. So it was a little surprising, but I will say, like in 2019, when they went down to play the Rams, I think it was October that year, they didn't have Joe Staley or Mike McGlinchey, who were both out. And it seemed to be really problematic, right? And there was a game against the Browns that they had around that time too, a Monday night game, where Justin School was playing left tackle going up against Myles Garrett. And not to say that Justin School was like a superstar in that game, but Kyle Shanahan did well to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands quickly through play design. And that's probably something that they're going to have to do with the offensive line again. But yeah, it is problematic because, you look at the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. It was Chris Jones being really problematic in the fourth quarter against Mike Person in that offensive line. It was in the NFC Championship game in February. It was Aaron Donald wreaking havoc along the interior in that game as well in the fourth quarter. So you can point to situations where, the 49ers offensive line has survived the regular season and some in the playoffs to a certain extent, but in the biggest moments of those seasons, it's been the interior of the offensive line that's been a big question mark. And they didn't really do a lot to fortify that spot this offseason, aside from infuse some new young guys. And maybe they'll be good down the line, but for now, it looks like it's a legitimate question mark.
Chris, one thing Kenny and I were talking about, we were actually just going over the schedule a few minutes ago, is I'm of the belief if the offensive line is going to disintegrate a little bit, disintegrate later, like give Trey Lance 4, 5, 6 weeks. If you could give Trey Lance 4 weeks to figure out the timing of being an NFL quarterback, and you're going to fall apart then, okay, give him time to figure it out. My biggest fear for this offensive line would be if they come out week 1, week 2, where you're playing a couple of teams that you don't expect to be really good, and they're bad there, and Trey never has a chance to find his footing in the backfield.
Yeah, I mean, I ultimately think if they get pushed off the line of scrimmage in the running game, then that will set everything else up, right? And that was, I try not to read too much into anything that happens in the preseason, and I think year after year we're just lied to. Fans and just media people, we're all just lied to by what happens in the preseason. And even anyway, I don't want to get into that whole discussion, but like one thing that did worry me was week 3 against the Texans, even when the starting offensive line was out there, albeit without Mike McGlinchey and Trent Williams, the 3 interior guys who are probably going to be starting, they were getting dominated by the Houston Texans. Right. And I know it was like a short week and they had practiced in Minnesota and it was a 3rd preseason game and nobody really cares. But like those guys need good experience. Those guys need good reps. They need to put that on tape. They need to build confidence and chemistry with each other. And they were getting pushed back. And it's going to be really hard for the 49ers to be as successful as they want to be on offense if they aren't going to run the ball well. So I really think the key for the offensive line, first and foremost, is to get push in the running game, because if you get push in the running game and the running game successful, you're not playing behind the sticks. You can run play action. You can run all those bootleg stuff, those bootleg plays that Kyle Shanahan likes, and you can make all of that stuff work. But the foundation of the offense is the running game. That has to be there. And so that to me is probably what I'm most concerned about when it comes to the offensive line, because I do think if they run the ball successfully, Kyle Shanahan can do enough schematically with play action and misdirection and all of those things to sort of slow down the pass rush a little bit. But it's not going to work if they can't get pushed off in the running game.
Run everything to the left. Okay.
Yeah, like Kyle,
all to the left.
Yeah, I formation. Kyle Juszczyk goes left. George Kittle goes left. Trent Williams is left. Like, just yeah, I'm with you on that.
No, don't worry about the right side of the line. Just run everything to the left to establish yourself. Yeah. One of the things that kind of shocked me a little bit, it wasn't a major shock, but I took notice, was JaMycal Hasty's getting cut. And I say that because I felt like he was the best receiving option out of the backfield, and I thought he did pretty well in blitz pickups when he was in there. And like I said, not a starter, but I thought he was able to do things that I don't think anybody else in that running back room has shown they can do to this date. One of the things that got to my mind, though, was, do you think that they're going to have Debo in the backfield a little bit more now? And now, as opposed to last year, when every time he went in the backfield, it was a run to Debo. He wasn't doing nothing else. Now, do you think maybe Kyle incorporated him coming out of the backfield as a pass catcher and bringing that dynamic into the way they use Debo as well?
I think that's certainly a possibility. I know, the 49ers would love to take as many hits off of Debo as they can, right? Like, they still want to utilize him and maximize him, but also not run him into the ground physically. I think the answer here, though, is Elijah Mitchell evolving his game to the point where he can be more of a third down guy. Because that's one thing that surprised me a little bit last year, was Elijah Mitchell, when he was healthy, was kind of limited to first and second down. And maybe it was a product of him dealing with so many injuries last year, because, he was dealing with a concussion at one point. He had a knee injury early. I think he had a hamstring. He needed knee surgery in the offseason, and he didn't really do anything during the offseason program. Even in training camp, he didn't work a whole lot. But I think Elijah Mitchell is more than capable of being a really valuable weapon to them in the passing game, and could be that guy on third down. And I think if, with Jeff Wilson Jr. there and Jordan Mason and Ty Davis Price, like, those guys could also take some of the first and second down load away from Elijah Mitchell. And I think Mitchell is probably the most athletic of their running backs that they have. Like, he to me seems like a really good candidate to be a weapon on third down for them. So we saw flashes of it. Like, he had a few catches last year and a few big plays in the passing game, but I personally would like to see Kyle Shanahan utilize Elijah Mitchell more on third down. And to me, by letting Hasty go, I think that's sort of a signal in that direction. And to your point, like, yeah, maybe it is Debo Samuel. Like, he's getting paid lots of money. Like, maybe the 49ers are like, well, why don't we get our money's worth here and have one of our best guys in a featured spot on third down? I think that does make a lot of sense. But you also want to make sure that you have Debo Samuel healthy if you're going to make a playoff run in January.
Chris, what are your expectations for this season for this team?
Man, I feel like I'm more optimistic than a lot of people. Like, I mentioned
Yeah, probably not Kenny.
I think, I mean, the NFC to me doesn't have a clear-cut juggernaut favorite, right? Like we say you can look at the Packers and yeah, they've won 13 games and however many seasons in a row and they have Aaron Rodgers, but it's a team that the 49ers have beat twice in the playoffs in the last 3 years. Tampa Bay has a loaded roster and Tom Brady coming back, but he is just,
you don't want to play football no more.
Yeah, he's taking 10 days away in the middle of training camp. Their offensive line is dealing with a lot of injuries. I think that's problematic. I think the 49ers are in a really good position to make a run here because I mean, I look at last season and it felt like they were winning all those games really despite their quarterback play. And if they get Trey Lance to just make a few more plays deep downfield, a few less costly, interceptions, if the offense can be really creative and Kyle Shanahan can find ways to get guys the balls in their hands in space, like, if Brandon Ayuk takes a leap, I think Brandon Ayuk is poised to have a big season. And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if he had more receiving yards than even Deebo Samuel this year. Like if Brandon Ayuk was the team's leading receiver, that wouldn't shock me at all. Not to say that I think Deebo Samuel's not going to have a good season, but like there are only so many yards to go around, right? So I think it really, like, this is a team that's going to get carried by its defense. Like the 49ers might have the best defense in the league, and Nick Bosa might be, a defensive player of the year candidate this year. And Fred Warner, if he bounces back from his rough first half of the season that he had last year, and Charvarius Ward is an upgrade that they think he's going to be, like, this defense could be close to what it was in 2019. Obviously you don't have DeForest Buckner, and we'll see what they get on the opposite edge from Nick Bosa, whether it's Drake Jackson coming in, whether Samson Ebukam takes another step. But I do think the defensive line is deeper than it was in 2019, maybe not as talented at the top because you did have DeForest Buckner back then. But to me, their defense is so good, and they're just the skill guys they have on offense and Kyle Shanahan pulling the strings. To me, it's a formula that says like they should be competing for one of the top spots in the NFC. And if the Rams take a step back and Matthew Stafford's elbow is a real problem, and we know the 49ers have beaten the Rams a lot in the regular season the last few years, I expect the 49ers to be in the mix to contend in the NFC. Does that mean, the AFC's loaded? Like going against Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or any of these other star QBs in the AFC obviously would be tough. But if there's a silver lining in that, it's, they get to play the AFC West in the regular season. And, they have a lot of big games. They're going to have a lot of really big games during the regular season, and they're going to be battle tested in a way that allows them to figure out how good they are and what they need to shore up and what they need to work on. And so playing against, they have Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Russell Wilson again, Derek Carr and the Raiders, and Devontae Adams. Like, they have a lot of really high profile games against a lot of elite opponents, and it's going to be a very good test for them. And we're going to know throughout the regular season exactly how good this team is. So I think that if they stay healthy, they're going to be as good as anybody in the NFC. And if they stack up some wins against these AFC teams and these AFC West teams that they play during the regular season, then that'll give them some confidence going into the playoffs. And as we know, anything can really happen once they get there.
They can go, Chris. They can go. I'm telling y'all that right now.
I'm with you.
I'm not saying exactly what's going to happen. I'm just telling you they can go.
Yeah.
All the haters at the filthy McNasty.
Stop it. Relax. We'll get your pressure points. Pressure points.
They got me charged up.
I know. You've been fired up all week. You've been fired up since the Jimmy Garoppolo news broke. You've been on one. Chris, great to have you. Thanks for being with us today. Looking forward to a long and hopefully very, very, very successful season for the 49ers together.
Absolutely. I'm excited to be working with you guys, and really appreciate you guys having me.
Awesome. Appreciate you. That's Chris Biderman right there, Sacramento Bee and host of Candlestick Chronicles and our 1320 49ers Insider. This is, I mean, 6 days away from the start of the NFL season and just a little bit further away from the start of the 49ers season.
We're here, man. We're here. All those long July days August 6th. We'd have made it. We're here.
I feel like August was tougher than July. Like August was like, oh,
got crazy.
Man, this is some work.
Yeah, we're here, man. Niner season right around the corner. Now I think it's gonna be an entertaining season in a positive way. I think this is gonna be a good team. Like Chris talked about, there's gonna be a lot of big games. I think you're looking at a playoff team. Yeah. So what they're able to do, we'll see. But I think it's gonna be a good season.
And we'll do this a lot next week. Like next week's going to be a lot of fun. We'll have playoff predictions and hot takes. And I told you, my hottest take is the Brady take. I don't know if Brady's going to finish the season.
That is.
I got Brady. Hey, sometimes you really just be vibing out. Like I don't like Tom Brady's vibes right now.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. My other take was, and I bring this up because these are the two teams that Chris Biderman mentioned there when he was just talking. He was talking about the NFC. I mean, Matt LaFleur is not going to go win 13 games again, is he? I mean, I'm not going to tell you he's not.
Right.
Like at some point, Devontae Adams just leaves and you go win 13 games again. And I understand how good Aaron Rodgers is. I'm not diminishing Aaron Rodgers, but I got to think that team falls back a little bit. We'll talk more. Also, you talk about something almost here. We're an hour and 20 minutes away. We're doing it again. We did it Monday. We did it Wednesday. And we're doing it again tonight. We'll tell you what we're talking about. And, of course, James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. That's coming up here on ESPN 1320. Serena.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't know what this is or why Oh, it's Zeke. I was like, why is this saved on my screen? It's Zeke. I got you guys want to you just got a sneak peek. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but you can change your logo and not make a big deal about it. And that's what we did. We Donnie Dope Ones switched up our ESPN 1320 logo a little bit. I think I could put it up here in the corner. We're debuting that on Monday. But yeah, leave the new era and the changing the landscape and all that stuff. Leave those, because I don't know if you noticed, I don't have I don't have this anymore. Like I don't have that template anymore. A great Jerry Reynolds there. I only have the new template because I thought all our guests were set for the week. So I had to use Chris Biderman on the new template. And I don't know if anyone noticed this, but no one gave a shit. No one cares. There's nothing landscape changing about changing our logo. But Donnie Dope Ones, I hit Don. I was like, hey man, we need something quick, because a lot of we had to send some stuff over to Sac State and all of that. I was like, Don, I need something, and I need it like quick, but can we revamp this a little bit? And Donnie got back to me. Yeah, Donnie got back to me in like an hour with not just that one you see, but with three different versions. And me, Jesse, Kenny, and PDX all were like, that's the one right there. So that's the new one. And then we're going to start utilizing, as you saw on that, the Chris Biderman nameplate. We're going to start using the purple Lux. That's what I call it, the purple Lux logo that Dave Garcia Designs made us. We're going to start utilizing that purple Lux logo more. So. That's terrific. That's terrific, Chris. Chris, cheers. That's good stuff right there. That's good stuff. Dr. David. I see. The funny thing is someone pointed out on Twitter when we played that old clip, Remember when we played that? Did I remember this?
Roster is the best in the NFL. Now, Chris, you see these guys every.
How much does that look like their new? Like they just took the
roster is the best in the NFL. Now, Chris, you see these
Capital. They literally took the logo we discarded. Oh man, love y'all. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I'm all about that. We run it. That's true. That's true, Johnny G. I'm with it. I didn't. Is it good? Yeah, I think. I mean, I get. Chris hit me with a good idea. I think he should turn heel. I think he should turn heel. Jesse asked me if I saw Punk's promo on Wednesday, and I hadn't. But I think Punk needs to turn heel.
They got a pay-per-view this weekend, huh?
Yeah, they did. Well, yeah, there's pay-per-view. There's the Castle. I think that's tomorrow. And then there's the AEW on Sunday.
Hunter, for the love of God, get these pay-per-views off of Saturday, please.
Yeah. So tried to tell y'all about Ari Spears. Tried to tell y'all he was a piece of crap.
Man, that's some bullshit. You did. Ooh.
Oh man, it's been a fun day. I forgot. Like, man, appreciate everybody hanging with us today. Like, I'm sure. Hey, Jesse, how busy is the office right now? Okay. Yeah, it's the day before a holiday, like a long, 3-day weekend, and in some businesses, 3-day weekends have a tendency to turn into like 3 3/4 day weekends.
Yeah, I understand.
So appreciate everybody who has been able to hang out with us. If you're on the road, man, be safe. Try to stay cool. Drink responsibly. Do all of that good stuff, man. But we appreciate
it. Jeez, it's great, that boy.
Yeah, McQueen is a great form of hydration. Very crisp.
Absolutely.
I mean, mix in some water, of course, but yeah. Definitely do that. James Ham will be with us coming up in about 10 minutes, and in about an hour and 10 minutes, like when we sign off, we're signing off. It's like, y'all, bye. I gotta go get in front of my TV and watch Serena.
Yeah, man. It's now, do we have a scouting report on her opponent today?
I don't know. It was really was it Annette? It was
Annette Konovet
was the number 2. That's a 2
for the tournament. Oh, you mean for the world? Oh my God!
Oh, number 2 overall. Oh, all right. Tune in. I watched last night. It was first game was great. The second one, I think they were done. Yeah. I think Venus and Serena were done. They were like, all right, we're here. Y'all saw us. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's move on.
Did Venus retire from singles competition a couple of years ago?
No, I think she was because she was in she had her first round. She got bounced out of the first round a couple of days ago.
Ah, jeez, I did, yeah.
And they haven't played doubles together in a long time.
Right.
So I mean, there could have been a lot of things going on in that, but they're absolute. There looked like a lack of interest, and they did not look devastated when it was over.
Well, look here, man. No disrespect, because I'm not a young whippersnapper myself, but Venus is the older sister, right? Mm-hmm. We marvel over Serena still playing at what's she 41 right now? 41. Yeah. I can't imagine poor Venus having to play out there.
And Venus still looked like $1 million. Like she is
fine, yeah, but the body is just the body. Yeah. Like my body, I'm not even 40 and I'm breaking down. And obviously those are world-class athletes. So they got a little better conditioning than I do. But just to say, I marvel at her going out there, Venus and Serena playing at that world-class level at that age. That's crazy.
Yeah, Venus is 42. She's a June birthday. Serena is 40. She is a September birthday.
Nah, she's a Virgo. Her and Beyonce.
I don't want it to end tonight. I'm going to be honest.
I don't either.
I need it to go all the way.
Well, yeah, let's go all the way. I told you what I didn't want to see, though. And I'm not. If I have to see it, I got to see it.
You crazy? Yeah. That's a bad take.
No, man, come on, man.
That's the way it should be.
No.
Serena versus Coco.
No, because she's gonna be like Shawn Michaels. I'm sorry, I love you. And then super kicker in the smithereens. We don't want that.
You don't get that look Serena gave Mary Jo the other day. Are you surprised by your? Are you surprised about where you're at? And Serena laughed at her. I'm just Serena. Come on, man.
If I was, I thought about this situation, and Serena say she does, get matched up with Coco. I'm not saying she has to do it or anything. I just wonder how that go. If I was Serena, maybe I'd call Coco the night before. And I say, Coco, you go out there and you try and bust my ass. Don't worry about everything else. Don't worry.
You're really playing this out like a Ric Flair versus Shawn Michaels match, where Ric Flair cuts a promo and says, "You better give me your best. You better give me all you got."
Yeah, because Coco next. Coco.
The difference is, I agree. The difference is Ric Flair, when he had his retirement match at WrestleMania, whatever that was like probably 6 years past when he should have retired. By the way, he wrestled like a month ago.
Right. I think like 2 weeks ago.
Serena, that's not Serena. Serena ain't getting the super kick and the I love you. Like that ain't happening. And she sure as hell ain't looking at Coco going, come on, give me your best shot. She ain't doing that.
Come on.
Crying as he hits the mat. Like that's not happening, man. Stop it. Stop it.
Oh man. Coco tough though. Coco, that's record. I wonder what happened to my girl Sloane Stevens. I thought she was gonna be next. Didn't really pan out the way I hope so far.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
model, like an endorsement person though right now. She's getting paid.
I want to mention one other older athlete, because we're talking about Serena. Serena takes the court in about an hour. And we were talking about LeBron yesterday, and Brady, when Trista was with us a couple of days ago. And it's not Serena or LeBron or Tom Brady. But what Albert Pujols is doing to wind down his career is pretty freaking dope.
Oh, for sure.
Like you took a guy who kind of casually watches baseball. Now I'll get locked in here as we get into these pennant chases and all of that stuff here over the last couple of weeks. But I'm very much a casual at best when it comes to baseball. I have a ton of respect for Albert Pujols. I also know where Albert Pujols has been through his career, and entering this season, there's no shot I was thinking he was going for 700 home runs. Now I'm fully invested in Albert Pujols getting to 700 home runs to wrap up his career.
Are you doing like you got Pujols watch? Do you need my MLB account so you can like tap in and watch the Cardinals every day for September?
No, I absolutely don't need that. All I need is ESPN.com and pull up the box score and see what Albert Pujols is doing.
I don't see it. That's a little better than seeing the highlights.
Sure. I'll hit you up for the password when he's at 699. I don't need to see 695. I mean, I guess 696 carries some weight. I thought the Alex Rodriguez video was fun. I mean, not funny like haha. I was like, that's a clever video to cut.
What happened? I didn't see it.
He cut I think it was just a social media post, and he has a suit a bat and a cigar in his hand. He goes, Albert, I see you're approaching my 696.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to let you know, my 13's available over there for the New York Yankees, and wouldn't take much for me to go join Aaron Judge and try to get a little bit further away from you. And that was the end of the video. Again, he's got a complete suit on, he's got a bat in his hand, and he's smoking a cigar. I thought that was a fun video to post, though.
I like A-Rod.
So do I.
A-Rod. I think it, and I do believe that one part. I still haven't finished the captain. I'm gonna finish it over the weekend. Okay. But I did see the part where they got into A-Rod and Derek and why things happened the way they did. I thought A-Rod was great and transparent in how he talked about it. He's like, look, I didn't have a father growing up. I was super insecure. Like that played a factor in my decision how I did that. Had that relationship with Derek. I'm sure it played into him using steroids and all this. I'm not like giving him a pass for it because he had to serve the punishment. But I don't know. Every time I hear A-Rod today, like ever since he's been on TV, he's just been really real. Really real. You know what I mean? And I like A-Rod, man.
Yeah, it's a babyface turn. Like he completely turned babyface when he went to TV, and he was dating J-Lo for a while, and they had their Jennifer Lopez. They still had they had like their mixed families and all of that stuff. Yeah, it was just a big babyface turn for him. Jesse asked a good question here. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say he was also at the NFC divisional round game in the stands with the people.
He was with the people. Yeah. Alex Rodriguez, man of the people.
Why are you here, sir? Why? And why are you in section 123, row in?
Kenny got better seats than you. Like, what are you doing here?
It's 10 degrees outside, sir.
I do have Jesse posed a good question here that I'll ask you and everybody else. Is James Ham set to join us here in just a minute? You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 98.5 FM, the real 98 Rock.
Oh,
ESPN 1320, driven by Lashes, Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Albert Pujols 694 right now, 6 more to get to 700. If he gets those 6 home runs, he hit 8 last month.
Mm-hmm.
6, it's you're still asking a lot. Like, it's not like you're asking a lot for him to do here in September.
I'm gonna say it like this, and I hope I'm wrong. Outside of people just kind of grooving in fastballs to him, I don't think it happens.
I think it's he's got to stay hot. That's for sure. I mean, he hit one, a couple of days ago, he hit one. But and I guess we could play this either way. If Albert Pujols gets to 700, will anyone else ever? I believe.
There's a couple people that are on pace. Like I feel like Giancarlo Stanton is on like a 700 home run pace. I feel like Aaron Judge. I don't quote me on this, but I saw something where either one of those two, they like put him up to like where A-Rod was in this amount of games. Now age has something to do with it too, but this many games played, they were the same as one of those guys. I don't know. Man, I wish I could remember who it was, but it could happen.
We'll bring James into the conversation. Cabrera's at 506. He's the closest. Nelson Cruz is at 459. And I don't know how to rank these by age. Like Stanton's 371. There's Votto. There's Mike Trout at 338. I don't know where Aaron Judge is. I'm scrolling. I must have passed him because I'm scrolling way down this list. James, we welcome in our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, creator of the Kings Beat. And why wouldn't we open with a baseball question?
If anybody can do it, it's Stanton.
Do you think anyone gets the 700 home runs? After if Pujols does it, do you think anyone else can?
Yeah, I mean, Trout is a guy that if he stays healthy, there's potential. Just because he's been so consistent. I think people forget, like if you look at what Hank Aaron did he didn't have 50 and 60 home run seasons. He had 40 every single season. And Trout is one of those guys that when he is healthy, he knocks the cover off the ball, but he's so consistent. And that's what you're kind of looking for. Some of these young guys coming up might be able to do it, but we're just in a different era. These guys are, I've talked about it so many times, they're so yoked. And that seems like it's such a good thing, and you're hitting the ball so far and all that stuff. But that's also really tough to maintain as you hit 32, 33, 34, 35. You start running out of gas, and your flexibility goes away. And so, I don't know. I think we're going to see a little bit of a slide here, but it's not like 300 wins. Like, we won't see another pitcher get 300 wins probably ever again. I think we'll see players get up to 650, 700 home runs. It's,
as we always show love and respect for the greatest baseball player of all time, Barry Bonds. He actually, James, did about what you talk about with Hank Aaron. We talked about this the other day when we went down the list of his home run totals. He has the 173 year. That's really, I don't think he had over 50 outside of that. He was 40, high 30s, things of that nature for the entirety of his career, even to the point where in his final year, we talk about Albert Pujols and what he's done this year. I think what was in Bond's final year, 43 years old, he had 28 home runs.
Yeah.
So that's what it's going to take, is somebody that can put up 40 for the majority of their career, and in the final 2 or 3 still hit about 20 to 25.
Yeah, I mean, it's about longevity. And we're not even seeing a lot of players come up, at 19, 20 years old on occasion. But, I mean, there was a different era where, younger players were making it to the league. Remember Ken Griffey Jr. coming up so young.
His numbers are I have his pulled up right now. His numbers, because this was born, James, when we were talking about, like, there would just, like, the 73, there would just be numbers that pop out of nowhere for some of these home run hitters. And that includes Roger Maris, by the way. Yeah. But, like, you look at Griffey, it's 45, 40, 17 in an injury shortened season, then 49, 56, 56, 48, and 40. Yeah. That's insane.
Yeah. I mean, Albert Bell, like, he had a bunch of seasons in a row. Manny Ramirez, these are guys that, like, there were moments in their career where you would take their stats up against anyone. I think Pujols is the guy, like, there's a 10-year stretch where I don't know that any player in the game has ever been as good on the offensive side as Albert Pujols.
Wow. 10 straight seasons, 30-plus home runs for Manny Ramirez. He hit 27, and then 33, 36. Man,
I know
that boy Manny Ramirez. I forgot.
I know he got popped with something too, so that clouds everything. But Manny was cold. Matter of fact, I think like 2 weeks ago there was a video of him hitting a home run. Like 2 weeks ago, I think he's in Japan or something like that. They hit a bomb
somewhere.
Yeah, he hit a bomb somewhere. I think he's 50 or something like that.
Yeah, it's the guys that you kind of feel bad for that are in a different era. That they kind of finish up in this era, but guys like Fred McGriff, who just were so consistently good. He ends up with 493 homers, so he's just right on the bubble. But talk about a guy who hit 30 home runs forever, and he's a guy that, like, we're talking about 8 or 9 100 RBI seasons. But he wasn't really in that same era. Like, he was partially, but he didn't take that step. You could tell he didn't get huge and start, like, hitting 50, 60 homers a year. But the consistency was there for a guy like that.
Mark McGwire hit 29 his last year. 37 years old.
49 his first year. As a rookie, yeah. But that's the year where the ball was jumping off the bat. So I think it was George Bell and him both hit right around 49, and Andre Dawson hit 47 out of nowhere.
Hawk. That was my guy.
Yeah, McGwire was killing them coming into the league. 49, 32, 33, 39, 22, which is the total, like, odd number, and then 42 before a couple of injury shortened seasons.
Yeah, but his batting average just kept going down.
McGuire, the question.
It sure did.
Yeah.
The question with McGuire, though, has always been the juice, though. Because if you talk about 87 and everything, I mean, that's prime Bash Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And Jose was like, this is what we were doing. You know what I mean? Like, so and it's crazy, too, because I don't remember, but I've looked back and seen Mark McGuire just naturally was a beast. Naturally was a beast. You know what I'm saying? And
Mark McGuire, just like there's a Skinny Barry Bonds.
Yeah. But he was tall, he was powerful. Like if it felt like we don't know what was going on, but it felt like just naturally he's this great power hitter. And it feels like he didn't need that type of stuff, but you know.
If you look at him and Maris, they're both like that gigantic stature. Even like McGuire as a young player, there was a big slope to his shoulders. His legs were huge, but his upper body wasn't huge. It wasn't until we got to like 6 years in that you started seeing like the gun show, which, like again, like being around Major League Baseball players, still to me, it's stunning. Like comparing those guys to NBA guys, it's just like there isn't a dude at your gym that's as yoked as like a second baseman in Major League Baseball. So it's just a totally different feel, like what they do. Again, you get to the NFL and those guys are, baseball players, but add on 40 pounds. And sometimes a lot more than that. But baseball players are just a different breed for sure.
Hell, Gabe Kapler looks like he could win Mr. California today.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned basketball. I guess we can segue to basketball now after talking about baseball players.
Either way, I don't care. It's fine.
Oh no, we can go to basketball. I just wanted to forgive me, Damien. I don't know if there's a perfect time to do this.
You got it.
But on my in-studio TV is the FIBA tournament or whatever that's going on right now. Team USA is playing. And you want to talk about guys that maybe only Kenny Caraway remembers. I mean, we've got Jordy Meeks playing out there right now.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick McCaw is out there playing. Jeremy Pargo. You guys remember Jeremy Pargo? He got a brother. I don't know if it's Jeremy. Which is the one that played at Gonzaga? You guys remember him, the little point guard Pargo?
Yeah, I can't remember though.
He's out there, and
it makes the Kentucky kid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Robert Woodard out there?
I haven't seen him. However, the reason why I really want to bring this up, point guard out there, Frank Mason.
Yeah. Frank Mason
out there. So this is crazy. Like they're qualifying. These guys are qualifying for the real team to play. Is that what's going on here? Like these guys aren't playing in the FIBA World Championships, are they?
No, this is okay. So there's a difference. There's Eurobasket going on right now, and I think you're watching is qualifiers for the Olympics or qualifiers for something else.
So this is, as I look at it, this is America Cup.
Yeah, it's America Cup. So it's going to be like the Americas, like South America. You're going to get some Canadian teams. You might get like Argentina in there, stuff like that.
Yeah, due to Mexico right now.
World Cup is next month, isn't it? Or is it this month?
Which one? Soccer?
No, isn't that what the World Championships are called? Are they called?
Is it called next year?
No. This right now is Eurobasket. It's the Euro Cup.
What's happening? Something's happening this month. At least it is for the women, because I know one of the coaches. Maybe it's not maybe it's to qualify for next year. I don't.
Yeah, I think it's qualifiers. I think that's why. And like if you looked at the initial roster, and people in the chatty house here, it's Gennaro Pargo. That's the other Pargo. Yeah, but
one of them was married to one of them was married to Portia, right? On Basketball Wives.
Oh,
I think it was. That's cool. It was one of the Pargo.
The bottom of the kid we were talking about from Marquette is Desmond Howard's brother or not? Did we get to the bottom of that?
I have No
I don't
idea.
think we did. I don't think we got to the bottom of the Desmond Howard brothers.
That's funny. Yeah, it's World Cup qualifiers. That's what you're seeing. And like the initial roster that came out, there was like 14 former Kings. Like Eric Micah is on that roster.
Oh man, I remember.
Which he's a stud. I still don't get why he can't make it in the league. But it was like Gabe Vincent and like it was just like one guy after another. Maybe it wasn't Gabe Vincent. It was it'll come to me. Anyway, like half of the Stockton Kings roster from the last 3 years was on that initial roster before they pared it down. I'm not sure who they brought with them, but I'm not surprised Frank Mason. Frank Mason's just a guy that he's basically the equivalent of a 4A minor league player. Like he just can't quite get over the hump.
Frank Mason was backcourt of the future for the Kings, if I remember correctly. Mark my words.
Yeah, mark my man's words.
Frankie Mason, baby. Hammer. Donovan Mitchell was traded yesterday. Not sure if you've heard. Donovan Mitchell traded was yesterday. Two different things to discuss here. Let's talk about the actual trade without manufacturing Kings talk. Impact of Donovan Mitchell on the Cleveland Cavaliers in your mind?
I mean, it makes them really, really interesting this year, and 2 years from now, it makes them one of the best teams in basketball.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's where I would put them. I mean, you gotta wait for the natural progression of Evan Mobley and of Isaac Okoro, and even like Garland is fun, but like to go from fun to being like on a winning team and great on a winning team, that's different. I think it's a tremendous move. Like I thought it was like a major swing for the fence, but like a really safe swing that you can always go get your money back out of if you need to, if it doesn't work out after year one, or if he just says, look, I don't want to be here. Why would you trade me to Cleveland? But I don't think we're having that conversation right now. And I think they're going to be the most fun young team that we'll have in the league for the next couple of years.
I thought about you last night with all this going on, James, and I wanted to see what you have to say. Is this deal that Cleveland was able to pull off, was this the one that gave you pause to the Kings giving up what they did for Kevin Huerter? Because you said if I have it correct, they're not able to do something like this because of the protections on the pick that they trade to Atlanta. They can't do this. Is this kind of what you were referring to, something like this?
Yeah, I mean, sort of. But I mean, do the Kings have the ability to make that deal? Like, can you go? Like, you didn't have a Colin Sexton to throw in. You didn't have a Lauri Markkanen to throw in. You could have done something with like Davion Mitchell. But it's whether or not Utah would have liked the pick, would have liked the offer. I certainly think if again, the Kings could have done something wacky like given up an unprotected pick, called Atlanta, said, hey, can we just unprotect the pick but make it 2025, and then given up their 23, their 27, and their 29 first round picks, and then a couple of pick swaps as well, and gone all in. But that would have been, I mean, that's pinning all your hopes to one group of players, and your draft picks would basically outlast almost every single player under contract. So that would make it a little bit difficult. But yeah, it's sort of what I talk about, like when you say, hey, they're not able to do certain things because of the Huerter trade. And it's not, again, that I hate the Huerter trade. It's just that you took yourself out of the running for certain things without having to jump through a bunch of hoops and actually give up more value to someone else in order to do something.
Oh, but from the perspective of what Cleveland gave up, this is a great deal for them, right?
It could be a great deal,
and especially when you look at that was leading the witness. Sorry, Your Honor, because in my mind I'm thinking comparing that to the New York Knicks deal and the one that all of the ESPN people are flying off the handle about. I look at that New York Knicks deal and I go, man, Knicks fans, you're clamoring for them to have given up more than that after you saw what they gave, after you saw what what Cleveland gave up, like, man, that's tough. I just don't get the reaction to the Knicks deal when I see that Cleveland, like, man, Cleveland kept their entire core intact. It was clear Colin Sexton didn't have a place on the Cavs anymore. Like, they kept their entire core intact with this move.
Yeah, totally. And even if you look at Lauri Markkanen that was traded in that move, like, he becomes a player that, like, again, could get moved again, that could be shifted straight to another team for another first-round pick. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to accumulate assets as quickly as possible. It's like what I've talked about with Harrison Barnes. If you were to throw in Harrison Barnes into a move like that, the beauty of Harrison Barnes is, yeah, he's a really good player, but he's also a player you can go turn around and flip for another first-round pick. Even if it's a 2025 or a 2024, you can still get that out of him if you were a team like Utah that would make a deal like that. I could even see, like, would the Kings, like, go talk to them about a Lauri Markkanen? I don't know that you would give up Harrison Barnes in that trade, but Markkanen is a much, better natural fit next to a guy like Sabonis than of course Rashawn Holmes is. And even if you kept him on the bench and had him play behind Keegan Murray, like, you could use him as a 4-5 because of his length and ability to shoot the long ball. So yeah, I think that they're, like, it's interesting what Utah's done. I mean, they've already shown that not only will they blow it up and get, like, 4 first-round picks and a couple of pick swaps for Gobert, but then they were able to flip Beverly and go get another first-round pick, and now they're able to, make this move. But it's a move that precipitates more moves. There will be more moves, including potentially Markkanen, which, again, you're going to get close to a first-round pick, if not a first-round pick for him. Or like what the Kings could offer, they could do expiring contracts and 3 second-round picks because they've got all these second-round picks. Mm-hmm. But they can't really. I mean, I guess you could give away your 27 first-round pick to Utah, which they might be willing to take on. But again, I just think it's interesting because Danny Ainge is doing something, but you have to wait. We'll have to wait like 3 years. The teardown is really fun to watch because it's been exciting and, like, oh, look at how much he's getting. And, we watch him squander plenty of picks in Boston. And then, you still have to turn him into, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and all the other things that Danny Ainge was able to do in Boston. But he also made some mistakes along the way.
Yeah, some of the things that, like, we were kind of talking about, and I was debating with Damien, and we agreed, but he pointed out that Danny Ainge just isn't interested in. What I was talking about was, if the Knicks offer was really real, now let's just say they're saying, hey, we'll give you R.J. Barrett and 2 unprotected first-round picks and 2 pick swaps or whatever. And Danny Ainge is like, nope, I want 3 first-round picks and 2 pick swaps. Like, he'd rather have the unknown pick as opposed to R.J. Barrett. And my argument, and like I said, Dame understands it, is what are the chances that number 23 pick in the year 2027 is better than RJ Barrett? Why not just take RJ Barrett? He's at the very least a solid young player with a chance, as opposed to this random draft pick 5 years from now.
Well, it's because Danny Ainge doesn't want to be good the next 2 years at all. Like, even Colin Sexton, he puts up numbers and he'll be fun and people will come watch him, but, like, he isn't a winning basketball player as of right now. He hasn't proven that, right? He's a guy who puts up numbers and that's about it. And we talked about this, Kenny, a couple of times. We went through all of the first-round picks that the Knicks had. They had 7 first-round picks, and most of them were these weird, like, massive lottery-protected picks. A lot of them looked a lot like the Kevin Huerter first-rounder that the Kings gave up. A lot of them were top 10, top 14, and like 3 years of protections, and then you might get the pick or it could dissolve into a second-round pick. So while it looked like they had this war chest, their war chest had like a bunch of holes in it where stuff is falling out. You're like, is that really a war chest? And, like, they weren't willing to give up what it sounds like is their own unprotected first-round picks, and that's a problem.
I get both sides of the argument completely, but I'm with James in the sense of we know what this draft is, and we know we could see load management of Oklahoma City Thunders and Houston Rockets and potentially Detroit Pistons and Orlando Magics and Utah Jazzes and all of that. And those are for the teams we expect to be bad. Throw a monkey wrench in Dallas. Something, the worst case scenario happens with Dallas. To see how quickly they pull the plug on that. Oh, that's all right. We're still looking for that player to get us over the top. It could be the player in this upcoming draft. But the main crux of the point is from that we were talking about earlier was Danny thinks he could do it. Like Danny thinks you mentioned Brown and Tatum. He drafted Marcus Smart too, and Rob Williams, Grant Williams, all these guys. He absolutely believes. Bring those draft picks in here. We're going to be terrible. We'll have the highest picks. We'll add role players with what all of these other teams are sending us, and not in that third year, we'll start to make our ascent back up.
No, I mean in theory, but I mean you have to actually be successful.
But he rebuilt Boston in a year. That's why I think he feels like I did it. I already did it. I could do it again. I had a young coach come in, no experience in the NBA, named Brad Stevens. I got a young coach here in Utah. He's got experience in the NBA, but not as a head coach, in Will Hardy. He's literally following the Boston Celtics playbook.
No, I totally get it, but he's one miss away from not building it. And that's all it is. Like, yeah, he's done it before, but like every draft doesn't fall the same way. You don't get to the third pick in every draft. You don't get the fourth pick, so you have to get lucky, and that, it's possible that, and then even when you do get lucky with a pick, the guy that you draft has to be great. That's how you dig out of it. The fact that, just looking at OKC, for example, how many first round picks have just they're not there anymore, or they weren't really that great, or, and when you finally do get the first round pick, it's a 24th pick or 28th pick. Like those things they're not that impactful. Now, have they done really well by drafting guys like Josh Giddey and, Shea and, some of the other guys that they've put around him, finding guys like Lou Dort? Yeah, but at the same time, you can't just point at their team and say, okay, that's the one pick that they nailed that put them over the top. And it could be Chet, but, I don't know. Like, you have to wait and see how it works out, because just because you've done it once doesn't mean that you'll have the same exact opportunity the next time around. You could have the third pick or the fourth pick in a two-man draft. If you get the second pick in this year's draft and you're able to build around Scoot Henderson, that's one thing. Mm-hmm. But if you end up with the fourth pick and like the top 1, 2, 3 guys who could be franchise changers are gone, then maybe your build out doesn't happen nearly as quickly. So, I mean, in theory, it's fine. But I'll point out that one other thing is, number one, Danny Ainge had a bunch of picks and he missed plenty of times, like Aaron Nesmith, Romeo Langford, Peyton Pritchard's okay. He's in the rotation, but, again, like late first round picks. But on top of that, he's a Boston Celtics. There's a big difference between drawing free agents to Boston to help out and help build your system and put everything together. The Al Horfords or, the glue guys that help finish the thing off, and being in Utah. So, let's see if he can do it in Utah as well, because you're talking about a totally different market that just doesn't have the allure that Boston does.
You're also talking about the... I'm sorry, Dan.
I feel like I backed Danny Ainge too much the last 2 days.
You're also talking about a market, not only free agent, but keeping the teams. I said this, I'll pat myself on the back for this one. I said about a year and a half ago, Donovan out of there. The reason why they brought D Wade in there was the last gasp attempt to keep him. But I think it was last year. I was like, y'all need to trade him now and get what you can for him.
I think they already traded D Wade too.
Well, you know that opportunist. He's
get Donovan in Miami.
He traded himself. He's like, oh, Donovan ain't here no more. I'm gonna go over here. He out. He giving his stakes back in the team. But real quick though, James, I wanna ask you something. And I'm looking. This might take a little time.
Okay,
a little time.
All right, we'll come back.
Yeah.
We'll ask James a question, and we'll turn this into Kings talk because that's what we do, baby. And there's a Kings discussion to be had with not only Donovan Mitchell being traded and what that means for the Utah Jazz. It might be a little spot at the guard position open in the All-Star game. That, James Ham, when we return here on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Mexico wins.
Boo. USA.
These guys are. No, these aren't those guys. I don't want to be disrespecting to them, but
had to clean the lens there. Sorry.
They weren't far from having me out there.
Yeah. So Boise said, "What GM doesn't miss, James? Every GM misses, but the point is, there's a big difference between missing and just hitting. Like there's a bunch of Davion Mitchell might not be a miss, but he also might not be like a hit. He could be, but he's going to be a solid NBA player. But in order to rebuild a franchise that you tear down to nothing, you have to hit. You have to actually get star level players, especially in a market like Boston where you're not just like a mecca. I mean, especially like Utah where you're not a mecca for free agency. Like it's not about like missing all the time. It's if they miss one time in the top 5, that could set them back years. Just like it sets back the Kings years when they miss on Marvin Bagley in the top 5.
The other thing about that though is just like I understand Boise saying like GMs miss. I think it's a little it's just a little pie in the sky to be like, oh, Danny Ainge has done it before, he'll do it again. Like the situations are completely different.
Yeah.
He's drafting in completely different spots. So while he's done it before and he gets credit for that, that doesn't mean he's gonna do it again.
Hey, don't come for me like that.
I totally that would be my point. Like, look, there's a
possibility. I understand that. The point I meant was from his line of thinking.
Oh yeah. He feels like
I already did it.
Yeah.
That's all I meant. I don't know if Danny Ainge can do it again, but if I'm Danny Ainge, I did it.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all thought I was making this whole thing up when I did that thing with Brooklyn, and look what happened.
Well,
I don't know.
If he ends up with the 6 pick, if he ends up with the 7 pick, the 8 pick, that ain't turning around your franchise. Like 9 times out of 10, it doesn't. Like on occasion, you get one of those guys, but like that's what it comes down to. The lottery balls have to be like they have to bounce your way. I don't know.
That's true. He can do it though. He absolutely can do it again.
But I get James' points too in that like you can't land at 2 or 3 and be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You can't Marvin.
Yeah.
You can't draft Marvin and leave Trey.
Let's just be honest here. The Sacramento Kings have been a playoff team 3 or 4 years in a row if they drafted Luka Doncic. I mean, I'm not inventing the wheel here.
James, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing.
Okay.
All right.
But also with Danny, I hate to say it like this, you need to come across a sucker. Like Billy King was a sucker. That was a ridiculous trade.
That Minnesota deal sure does look like a sucker deal.
Oh, that was the homeboy. That was the homie looking out for the homie.
Oof.
Oh, you mean this year Minnesota? I thought you meant when they got KG.
No. I mean, what just happened with Rudy Gobert? I mean, that's a sucker deal.
You got to find one. You got to find somebody thirsty like Philly was to move up and get Markelle Fultz. When Danny knew, I'll give him all the credit in the world for this one. He knew the entire time he was going to get Tatum.
Yeah.
He knew that's who he would have picked number 1. And he's like, I know Philly thirsty for Markelle. I can get a couple of assets, move down a couple of spots and still get the same guy I want. Yeah. So you need some help. You need some help along the way.
and you're 3 years behind or 2 years behind OK City Thunder. I mean, you are. They've already started this path.
Yeah. Who's the furthest behind, James? I said San Antonio. San Antonio hadn't even started yet.
Yeah, but did they get picks? They got picks in the digital.
They got picks in the deal, but they don't even have a player.
Hang on, guys. We're coming back. Hang on. Kenny literally just had to tell James, stop talking. Because James was obviously hinting he was around some direction that Kenny Caraway was going. And I can't lie, I'm on the edge of my seat for whatever this was. So
see, I'll pull back the curtain a little bit because James is going to say the same thing right now. I'm just setting James up again to say the same thing. So here was the question. And I think I heard Brian Windhorst talking about this and just kind of breaking down how we got here with Cleveland, right? And Cleveland made a lot of good decisions along the way, but there's also a level of fortune that they got along the way as well to get to this spot, right? So he names a couple of different scenarios where Jared Allen, just kind of randomly, the Nets and the Rockets involve them, and they get Jared Allen for nothing. That's Kobe Altman gets credit for that, finding a way to get involved in that. And really, Houston, what are you doing? Like not getting Jared Allen back in that situation and allowing him to go somewhere. That they get credit for that for sure. He turns into an all-star. Then you get a situation where you got Colin Sexton, who unfortunately goes down with an ACL injury. If he doesn't tear his ACL, he definitely plays, and he probably plays well enough where you can't do what you did to him this offseason. So there's that. He'll play well enough where it's like, man, we kind of got to give him this bag a little bit. He's healthy. He's a good ball player. He's showing good signs. Also with that, you wonder if Darius Garland is able to take over the reins the way he did and become an all-star. There's a little bit of fortune with the way that played out with Colin Sexton. The other thing, and Windhorst talks about this, he says, regardless of what they say, he believes they were holding their cap space for LeBron. That they were holding room for LeBron if he wanted to come back. LeBron handles business early and says, no, I'm signing with the Lakers. They're able to move on. Like if LeBron doesn't do that now, sign his extension with the Lakers, and the Cavs really are trying to keep cap space, I don't know if they can say, let's go all in on Donovan Mitchell. You know what I mean? And then last but not least, Evan Mobley. Evan Mobley, a lot of people love Evan Mobley. The Cavs did not tank or try to be bad to get the third pick in that draft. They tanked and tried to be bad to get the first pick in that draft. And they would have taken Cade. If they had the second pick in that draft, maybe they take Evan Mobley. But a lot of people believe Houston should have took Evan Mobley. They had two teams pass on the guy that they really wanted and really changed the fortunes of that team. And they were able to get Evan Mobley. And I said that was last, but this isn't last. This is last. The Knicks. That was the Knicks deal to have. And they didn't add the extra pick that Danny Ainge wanted, and they fell out, and it allowed the Cavs to step in. I say all this to say, a lot of people compare the Cavs. Oh, they rebuild in 3 years, and look at the Kings. They're still trying to do it. They should have just tore down like the Cavs did. And the Cavs did a great job. Kobe Altman did a great job with what he was doing. There's also a level of fortune that came into that as well when you talk about rebuilding teams. And shout out to the Cavs and everybody who believes they did their thing, but you also need some good luck along the way as well.
Yeah, and I think, what I said to sort of respond to that was, I mean, you're right. If you look, just backtrack if you're the Kings in 2017, they actually in 2016, they tanked their roster. They trade DeMarcus Cousins at the deadline. They waive Matt Barnes. They trade Omri Caspi. Rudy Gay got hurt. They just gave up everybody in the offseason. They reset. They started out with, what was it? It was 3 first-round picks, an early second-round pick in Frank Mason, and they got Bogdanovich to come overseas. So they had 5 rookies on the roster. It was a mess, but an intentional mess. So they were bad the next year. And they weren't even so bad that they didn't actually get it. They were like, the 7th or 8th pick again that year and moved up to number 2. We'll get to, this is the point that I was making. It's that when you're in the top 5, when you're in the top 2, you can't miss. And if the Kings would have drafted Luka, and I know that it's such a bitter thing for everyone in Sacramento to hear, but the Sacramento Kings would be 5 years along in their rebuild. They would be a perennial playoff team right now. And people can argue with me if they want, but that's just like Dallas is a perennial playoff team and their roster is not good at all. Still, like the Kings had a better roster to build around. They could have done something. And that's where like every single one of these picks matters so much. Again, Houston, we all think that Houston's going to flip this thing around. They're trying to rebuild and they're trying to go bad so they can get good really quick. And then, they pass on Evan Mobley. Evan Mobley, to me, was the second best player in that draft, and I don't even think it was close. Now, Green might be phenomenal, but at the same time, a revolutionary big like Evan Mobley, like he can be part of a championship team, and it's possible that Green can too, but like I would choose the big man in that situation every step of the way. I would choose Mobley in that situation. And so, yeah, the Cavs did get lucky. But, I mean, I think sometimes it's about making your own luck, and the Kings have found ways to not make their own luck multiple times.
Can I ask him a question real quick, Damien?
You may not.
Marvin Bagley. If people talk about Evan Mobley, I think Evan Mobley is a phenomenal player. I think he's going to end up being better than Marvin Bagley projected to be. But he went 15-8 this year. Marvin Bagley, his rookie year, went 14-7. It's not like he was 9-3. Like Marvin Bagley was really good. If he's able to stay healthy, do you think they make the playoffs before now?
Maybe. I've been the one
projection, like not like, oh, he's a superstar, but 14 turns to 16, 16 turns to 17. Moderate projection. Do you think they make the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, my problem has always been it's not just that Marvin was always hurt. It was that he never played more than 20 games into a season, 20 games straight in a season until I think one time he had played 20 straight games. And I think his longest was like 23 or 24, and it was in his last season with the Kings. It was that every single time he started to get some sort of flow and chemistry and start building on something, he would get hurt, then he would come back, and then he'd get hurt again, and then he'd come back, and then he'd get hurt again. You can't grow as a basketball player if you're not on the court for long stretches. And, there's you can miss a game here and a game there, but it was never that. It was missing 8 games or 15 games or 20 games. And it just always like interrupted the development of Marvin Bagley. And I still think that
if he stays healthy, does he grow?
I would hope so, but we're going to have to see because it's sort of like, it's an untested thing. Like just winning cure all in Sacramento. I don't know because they don't ever win. So yeah, I would like to hope that, but at the same time, like Marvin Bagley has to show that he can play like 70 games. How about we just start 70, just miss 12. But those 12, like in his, like unfortunately for him, they would come in like 3-4 game stretches, like right at the wrong spot where he started to grow, started to develop his role, and then boom, he'd be out. Like it's always worked out that way. So like, look, I hope that he can. I hope that he can put things together and he can develop in Detroit because it's not like any of us here in Sacramento have anything against him. It's just that you missed, and that's the hard reality of it. I mean, Luka Doncic is a superstar. Whether you love everything about his game or not, he's a superstar. And you drafted a guy that 4 years later wasn't on your roster.
You talked about relying on kind of things going your way in getting lucky if you're Sacramento. Well, San Antonio's looking to get to the top of that draft. The Utah Jazz are looking to get to the top of that draft. That's 2 teams that were in the top 10 last year. What, in your mind, does that mean for Sacramento heading into this season when you potentially have, I mean, Utah, San Antonio, I don't think there's any doubt about what they're doing. I mean, Houston's trying to grow, whether they're trying to grow this year or not. That's another story. Oklahoma City, their season just got blown up a couple of days ago. That's 4 teams in the Western Conference alone that aren't expected to be a part of really much. They're just taking part in the regular season because they're contractually obligated to, but they're not expected to do anything. So what does that mean for Sacramento?
I think this is the toughest thing ever, because what it means is that if you somehow don't make the playoffs this year, when you were like, that means that you were 11 out of 11. Like, because you got 4 teams that don't care.
Yeah.
You got 4 teams that don't care at all. And if you can't be better than one other team just to make the play-in, then, like, what are you doing? Like, what exactly happened here? And that's why, like, push the button to, if there is a move that puts you over the top, like, you don't, the one good thing that if you're looking at San Antonio, Oklahoma, the group of teams that we're talking about, Houston and now Utah, most of those teams aren't even looking at next season either. So there's potential for you to grow, but you can't just fall. You can't move 2 steps ahead to fall 5 steps behind 2 years from now, 3 years from now. So it's always going to be a balancing act. Like if you're a team like the Kings, and they have to be aggressive. They have to continuously look to take that one big extra push that might get you there, because it's got to be something that not only does it catapult you into the discussion of like the 6 or the 7 seed where you're kind of safe, but it catapults you into what does that look like the next year and the year after that, where you're actually starting to build towards something. Because just making the playoffs once, making the playoffs twice, that shouldn't be the goal. It should be that, like, if you think you've got something here with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, it's not like a 2-year experiment. You're hoping that you have something for the next, 8 years. That's what you're hoping for. Because even then, those guys aren't that old. You're talking about like a 33-year-old Domantas Sabonis, 32-year-old De'Aaron Fox. Like that's where you get to a point where you're a seasoned playoff team and you're competing, and you might have a shot if you're able to add the pieces that work out. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting place that the Kings are in, and we can tie it back into, again, Jaden Ivey versus Keegan Murray. Like, do you go ceiling? Do you go best player available? Do you go, most NBA ready? Like, all of these things play into like the grand scheme of things, because you aren't talking about checkers. You're talking about chess, and in most areas of the NBA, you're talking about like 3-dimensional chess. You're talking about chess that is so advanced that you have to not just look at today. You can't just look at next season. You can't look at whether you've got the money to free up to sign Domantas Sabonis in 2 years. You have to look at what all of these things mean 3, 4, 5 years down the line, and what all these other teams are doing, what that impacts what you're doing. Like, even right now, you're looking at the Utah Jazz. They're going to continue to blow this thing up. And where do those players lie? Where do they go? Where does Bojan Bogdanovic go? Or Mike Conley? Or who else do they got? Jordan Clarkson. Like, what if one of those guys ends up on the Lakers or the Portland Trailblazers? Like, that's what you have to hope doesn't happen right now. Or what if one of them goes to Minnesota or New Orleans? These are teams you're trying to compete with. Like, how do you get in on some of that action? How do you not fall further behind? How do you be a team that catapults yourself up and takes advantage of a situation where a team is giving up too much or is folding up shop, like what we're seeing in Utah? It's like really a crazy balancing act, but you got to hope that you're lucky, and you got to hope that someone else doesn't make some gigantic move here that makes them better than you. And we could even say, like last week, the Pat Beverly move, that made the Lakers a better team. Like, you don't have to love Pat Bev, or we can make him fun of the Pat Bev and Russ Westbrook thing all you want. You can say, oh, he's old, or, oh, so-and-so picked on him in the playoffs. Pat Bev made that team better. And that's all, like at the end of the day, that's a team that you're competing with for one of those final playoff spots that just got better. Now you need to make sure you're getting better as well.
Utah's still blowing that thing up like the people who blew up Arco Arena. They still got.
Oh, did you see the video of that?
Hey, check. Hey, look, check this out though, James. Because I was thinking about this whole thing last night, and I was, thinking about it for like a Kings angle and things of that nature. And I don't know. You tell me if I'm wrong here, but the Kings, people were going crazy over what Cleveland did, and rightfully so, because they earned it. They got a guy like Donovan Mitchell, but I don't know, Monty McNair, Sacramento Kings, did they have a little Cleveland light before Cleveland? And I say that because you got your guy in De'Aaron Fox, right? That's your Darius Garland, so to speak. But you had your draft pick in Tyrese Halliburton, which is a lot of people thought Colin Sexton was a guy that you could build around. They made that move to go get the big established guy in Sabonis. And that's the same thing that Cleveland just did with Donovan. Donovan's a notch above Sabonis, but still, Sabonis is a two-time All-Star. Also, they talk about Evan Mobley. You hopefully, I don't know. We haven't seen him play an NBA game yet, but hopefully you got that in Keegan Murray. One thing they're missing is a Jared Allen type. But I was just thinking about it because, so many people are talking about, oh, look at Cleveland. They built so quick or whatever. Well, I feel like Monty has done a pretty good job here using draft picks, using trades and assets to put this team in the right direction, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the right direction. You're just going to worry about the ceiling of the team. I mean, and did they do enough? I mean, that's going to be the question. And I'm not going to say that I think that they didn't do enough at this point. Like, I think that they did a lot. And you replaced 3 rotational players. You put 3 new rotational players and you lost 1. That's how I look at their offseason. And I think that that's good, especially for a team like the Kings. I think that your bench is better. I think you're deeper. But you do have to find a way to keep pushing. And, Cleveland can be like a team that you look at and say, hey, this made a lot of sense. They did this, and this. But, again, we talk about the draft, right? So let's just look at the 2 drafts that you brought up there. Like the Evan Mobley draft at number 3 and Keegan Murray at number 4. Mm-hmm. Like that's a big leap that Keegan Murray, like, to get to the prospect level, like it's difficult. Like, he might put up better stats but I think you still, like, if you look at those two drafts, you would take Evan Mobley over Keegan Murray. So, like, I don't want to compare him, like, directly. Again, I think that De'Aaron Fox is a better player than Garland. That's just my own personal point of view. I think as of today, they don't have a player like Sabonis. And even, like, right now, they don't have a player like Harrison Barnes. But what they do have is a lot of really, really good young talent. And if that team grows together and stays together, like, they're going to be wicked good. Especially if you look at the way the salary cap's going to go up and the way that they should be able to retain a good portion of those players because of contracts like the one that Mitchell already has. The fact that they made that trade and they didn't give up Kevin Love's $28 million salary. Yeah. So they still have, like, a major bullet in the chamber that they can go out and do. And, again, like, if the Kings, things are going south for the Kings and things are going right for the Cleveland Cavaliers 40 games into the season, I certainly could see a Harrison Barnes for Kevin Love, and they give up a first-round pick if they have any first-round picks left to give up. Like, those are things where you could kind of see something in the future that would make sense because, like, a Harrison Barnes could really help that team get over the hump.
I guess we're just going to ignore. I proposed that deal earlier today. That's fine. No, that's fine. We just.
I'm the only one that doesn't try and trade Harrison out of here. Harrison, I'm the only one that loves you.
No, I like Harrison too, but, like, at a certain point, Harrison wants to play for a winner. The Kings aren't a winner. He's going to go find a winner.
I just want to get Kevin Love on the Kings to infuriate everybody. That's why I proposed it.
I agreed with you when you originally made that, by the way. I was like, yeah, I don't have a problem with Kevin Love. And they threw tomatoes at us like that guy on Twitter earlier. Did you see that? Did you see they smacked that dude with tomatoes who was doing a comedy show?
I didn't, but that's probably why that tomato truck spilled over in Vacaville. It was on its way to us for them Kevin Love takes. Let me ask you both a quick question because I think about this often. It feels like the Knicks were in a rush to show their fan base. We tried. Look what we did. We attempted to move R.J. Barrett. We attempted to move Obi Toppin and Mitchell Robinson. Look at this deal. we put together. And then we just kind of like go about life like, oh, okay, yeah, well, the deal didn't get done. I'm going to ask you both. Are there ramifications when stuff like that becomes public in that way? Because I don't believe anyone thinks that came from anybody other than the New York Knicks. So the New York Knicks have put out there the guy that they just signed to a $100 million extension. They did try to trade first, but couldn't. They tried to trade Obi Toppin. They tried to trade Mitchell Robinson. And those guys are just supposed to go back to the New York Knicks. Like, it's kind of what we were talking about with KD and Steve Nash earlier. These guys are just supposed to go back to the Knicks, and y'all don't love me, but I got to play here. Like, are there any potential ramifications for that?
Sure, I think there are, but at some point, it's business, baby. Never personal.
I think about the brief moment, the Lakers and the Bulls thing, the Kobe Bryant and the Bulls thing. Remember what happened to that? Remember what happened to that Bulls team? Oh, they disintegrated when they thought they were all being traded. That team went to hell for a few weeks.
Yeah, I think it definitely can play a factor on certain teams and certain locker rooms, certain players. We'll see what RJ's made of. I mean, they just gave RJ $170 million reasons to be like, don't worry.
Did they give him that many? I don't think it was that many, was it?
Maybe it was 120 or something.
120. Yeah, they said it might be the figure that all of the other guys are looking at now because of the way the cap is supposed to go up. Yeah, I mean, look, it always feels like the Knicks have some excuse for why they aren't great. And, just look at their offseason. If you would have taken and put Donovan Mitchell on that team, everyone would have been like, oh, look at what they built. Like, they're the next team. And you sit there and you get involved in a deal and you just don't pull the trigger on that one, whether it's a player or whether it's an extra pick or whether it's a pick swap. And at the end of the day, like, this is about winning basketball games. And like I said it the other day, the Knicks always, to me, for the last 2 decades, they feel like that moment in Spaceballs where they thought they caught them. They thought they caught the good guys and they had them trapped, and they all turned around and they were all stunt doubles. And it just, like, to me, the Knicks always look like a group of stunt doubles for what should be great players. So instead of Donovan Mitchell, you got some nice players, but they're not, they're not Donovan Mitchell. And that's what you're going to keep looking at. Like, you're the Knicks. Like, how can you not draw big time talent? How can you not make that one move that just like secures yourself as a top tier team? And like, Donovan Mitchell is not in the Eastern Conference. He's going to be there all day long. And you're going to see him all season long and be reminded about how you could have done something and you didn't.
They'll get Zion in 2 years.
And he'll get hurt that year, and he'll be the next Amari Stoudemire.
That's enough, James. That's the last bit of slander we've got here.
It's time to leave. It's just time to go. This show
time
is
has
over.
come.
I'm going to go watch Serena Williams play. Off season is pretty much over. Like, you'll hear that a couple of times over the next month. Week 1 of the NFL season is next week. We won't be here on Monday, but we will be back on Tuesday at noon. Have a great weekend. Hydrate, stay cool, drink responsibly, enjoy that McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, enjoy that Luke Belair, that Bumbu or Vylon or whatever your vibe is, but enjoy it responsibly and make sure that you are back here with us Tuesday at noon here on ESPN 1320.
Holla.
We made it. Hell of a job, Jesse.
Yeah, sorry if I ran late. I'm going to show you.
Oh, you were great. What do you mean?
There's the stunt doubles.
Spaceballs. I know that movie. I'm happy that I know that. I know that.
It's such
I
a
used
great
to watch
scene.
that a lot as a kid. I always found it entertaining. I don't think I always got the inside jokes, but it is a very entertaining.
Yeah.
Very entertaining movie.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, it's a little inappropriate now, but then again, all
movies are.
All Mel Brooks movies are at this point. They're all they push the envelope then, and they you watch them now, you're like, oh, they went there.
Most movies in the 70s and 80s. Well, I don't know if that was 70s, but in the 80s.
Yeah, it's 80s. Well, like I think Blazing Saddles, I think was 70s. I don't know. History of the World Part 2, Part 1.
Is Blazing Saddles Richard Pryor? Oh
no, it's Gene Wilder and I don't know his name.
Oh, maybe that's why I thought it was Richard Pryor, because Gene Wilder was in it. Yeah, because that's Richard Pryor.
Wilder is Charlie in the Chocolate Factory.
No,
right?
Cleavon Little. That's who it was. That's who Bart is.
Huh.
And Harvey Korman is the guy who plays in most Mel Brooks movies.
Oh, I think Richard Pryor helped write it. I think that's what it is. Yeah, Richard Pryor helped write it.
Yeah, that's very possible. Yeah. I mean, that's got some scenes in it. You're just like, oh my gosh, you could not do that today. You could not say that. You could not do that today. Yeah.
What's a pellet grill?
He's still looking at grills.
What the hell's a pellet grill?
That's where like you put pellet. That's what helps.
You use wood chips to, but
like a smoker, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Tell Jazz to send me the grill she's getting, because I don't know how to do this. Tell Jazz she's shopping for 2. I don't know how to do this. Grilling is not my bag. Perhaps I shouldn't get a grill, since grilling is not my bag. All right, man. It's time to watch Serena. So we're going to let y'all go enjoy your weekend. Thanks for getting through some of the clunkiness we had this week. And I would say it'll be better next week, but I'd be lying. We hope it's better next week. Jesse did a great job of navigating stuff. Our engineers did a great job of correcting some things. We know some of you like to catch up on the podcast. That'll be back live Tuesday. We'll absolutely have the podcast back Tuesday, but it just wasn't ready this week. So apologies for that. In the meantime, enjoy Corners of the Culture and the Kings Beat. And we'll see you back here on Tuesday.